Derivatives trading involves substantial risk of loss and is not suitable for all investors. Past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results.
So stressful. When the world's on fire. Good God. I can't look at this, guys. Like, my strategy is you buy it and you hope that you got a good spot. Yeah, but we all think you're crazy. You don't fight this. No way. The markets are freaking out. You don't think that anything is wrong? Go back tomorrow and I'll lose it all. Should be fine.
Good morning. I didn't have my microphone set up there. Good grief. Well, it is the 18th is Martin Luther King Day. And today we're going to do some research programming like we usually do on a holiday. But I think we should go and look at the charts first because we got stuff going on. So here's Friday. Friday was a pretty not the best day. I'm not going to say it's terrible because when you look at where we're at on a relative basis, you know, some of this up here was maybe a little crazy anyways. So to be back at the 3750 area is okay. I still hear people saying 3,400 or sorry, 4,000, but we'll see. It seems that the market is unhappy with some of the moves that the Biden administration is making now. So here over the weekend, we are down. And if we come over to the 10-year continues to see a little bit of a recovery here. Yeah, it was up. I mean, that's up. When the market is going down, this is coming up. So that's good. If they were both just kept going down and they just kept going and going and going, then I would be a little concerned. So oil, nothing too crazy. Kind of just matching the E-mini. Gold having a pretty ugly move here over the weekend. It's really interesting how gold continues to struggle here, but I think I still think that maybe you buy gold. I think this is probably an okay spot to get it. So, and copper too. Well, I mean, copper's just been on a tear the past few months, right? But I mean, if it's going to go higher, this is an okay spot. Probably better under 3.6, but close enough, right? And then the dollar continues its little rise going on here. Come back over here to this dollar. You can see dollar continues to recover almost to 90.91, which would be, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that the dollar needs to be rising. I think some people are, you know, getting overly excited. The dollar is high historically. But I don't want it to go all at once. So having this nice little pullback, I think, is great. I think it could be a positive thing in the long run. All right, so. Good morning, Win. And most of us know that speculator sets the timer for 0:15 after the hour, while he generally begins at 23, right? Well, I don't think it really affects anything, does it? One of the things that I noticed was that if I set it to 15 or 20 or whatever it is, people usually don't show up until I've been going for like 5 minutes anyways, which is kind of funny. And a lot of people miss the little opening rundown through the charts, which is kind of funny. I wondered if maybe I should split those out. Maybe I should split those out. That might be interesting to see what it does. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. The whole thing is that time and time again, that the only thing that I find really significantly grows the channel is making one-off videos that show up in search. So, anyways, oop, I left my water bottle at my parents' house, so I'm using one of these morning bottles, or these metal bottles rather. I only comment about your live difference when people are watching and someone leaves because you don't look live. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be set to live yet, right? Okay, so first thing is I got this new squat going, and even if something happens, I'm not going to take a trade. So I'm going to turn him down significantly here. Okay. So what we're going to use today is like a programming slash research session. So I still have that volume profile one that we started work on one day that we could go into. But if you are here watching right now and you have something that we want to look at, we can look at that. Oh, you know what? Also, there are some people in Discord that had asked me some questions over the weekend. So let's research those. Let's see here. So first, I'm going to make Discord big. I'm going to do something else here for you guys. Also, is I'm going to go into the stream channel in Discord. Yep. And share your screen. No, I don't want that. But oh, is it? Oh, they've changed the way that it works in Discord now. That's interesting. Okay, cool. So I'm going to sit down here in the stream channel in Discord. So if you pop into stream, we can also talk if you guys would like. Since it's a holiday, I think that that's a fun thing to do on a holiday. Are you feeling better overall? Yeah, my nose is still like a little runny, I guess, but the the being plugged up with leukocytes or whatever we call them, the white blood cells everywhere is going away, and I'm gonna work out with the barbell today. I've been like sprinting and stuff, so yeah, I'd say that things are feeling a lot better. Now this time I really want to make sure I get ramped up. The weather, we're getting to where it's going to start getting warmer. And so, this is when I really want to start working out hard, I think. Anyways. This might be a stupid question, but is pushing the price of futures / options before expiration legal? I think that there is price manipulation that is allowed and isn't allowed. I know it's like it's a thing. Anyways. Okay, so there I got that. Got you guys up over here. I'll turn you on to auto read. See, let's just check Twitter here really quick. See if anybody saying anything interesting over the weekend. It is important to understand key cyclical fundamental drivers until this landscape shifts. You should remain ready to buy on a dip and continue to expect record high valuations.
Vincenzo C.
This
says,
is
good morning.
Hey, good morning, Vincenzo. This is Brannigan Barrett retweeting Habitus Capital. A key thing for 2021 will be asset bubbles and the inherent risk within the current market valuations. A stark reality is, so long as U.S. 10-year real yields remain low, negative and accommodative, there is a limited scope for any significant setbacks for risk markets. Hey, how are you guys doing?
Maxwell says GMO.
Oh, yes, there is a Jigsaw trading webinar going to be going on the 21st, and I think that he seems to be promoting this one a lot more than the others, and I think that the subject that he has on that webinar, which is how to recognize shifts between, a range-bound market and a trending market, is a subject that I think could be really useful. So, but not only that, they are giving out prizes. So if you register and you send him the registration, you get entered into a drawing, and there's going to be $1,000 prize. So if you haven't checked that out, go find at Jigsaw_trading on Twitter and go and look at that. Mm-mm. Go ahead and ask that stupid question when it comes up. It is the only way we can be just a little bit less ignorant about whatever the subject is. Don't let fear of what others think be the reason not to keep learning. Yeah. So can I rant about something really quick here before we like really get into it? I really troll the forums. I mean, I really watch every forum that I can. I don't do the Elite Trader forum very often. I should, but every time I go there, I don't really find anything interesting. So like there's different, each one kind of has their own personality. So like that Elite Trader one, you get a lot of people that sound like they know what they're talking about. They probably do. They sound serious, but they're never actually going to tell you anything useful. Right? It's like they'll naysay and shoot down in any kind of ideas that you have about wanting to investigate into a certain area, but they won't actually give you any kind of usable edge. So then there's like Futures.io, and I think Futures.io is the place where I've gotten like the most actionable information. Like I've built strategies and done some stuff off of there. You have to dig really hard, but you can find them. But when I go to Futures.io, you know, I don't necessarily get this impression that like people know or don't know what they're doing. It's just like they have their journals and they post what they know, and that's it, which is the way that you want to be, right? You want to work hard, but acknowledge how little we really know, right? Then there's Reddit, and Reddit just has a lot of people like, man, the day trading subreddit on Reddit. I guess it's probably because it's like stock traders, you know, and I think the stock traders just overall tend to be less sophisticated, right? Because they're really just chasing like, what's the hot stock that day? So you get a lot of people over there that just really have no clue what's going on. And then there's Facebook, man. The Facebook groups drive me crazy because you get these people who clearly have no clue what's going on. I mean, they're like really, truly clueless. And they say things that just, you know, you've been trading a few years, sounds so stupid. Oh, man. TikTok is really bad, too. Because on TikTok, you just get people trying to scam you. And it really is. Like, I saw this video the other day. It was like this guy is like, look, we're making money trading stocks. And I have this pool. And follow me to get rich. It's like it literally, I'm not even joking, literally said in the text on the video, follow me to get rich. And I'm like, people actually fall for this crap?
Personality traits, also known as the Ocean Model, is a suggested taxonomy or grouping for personality traits, one developed from the 1980s onwards in psychological trait theory.
Okay. Well, I'm going to turn this off and you tell me the rest of that, because I'm pretty sure that there's a part 2 and 3 coming on that one, right? Anyways, so like an example on Facebook, because there's this guy and he was asking about exits. He's like, do you use a trailing stop? Do you do this, that, and the other? So it's not like a dumb question per se, but it's a bit more of a beginner question. I think it's one of those things that like you're starting out, you got something that you think kind of works, and you're going to be wondering that like, can I get this to run? And I have done this. Well, we did a bit of an investigation on this last week, right? And we showed how on the strategies that I was using, at least, that the trailing stop didn't improve things at all. That the amount of times that the trailing stop stopped you out was greater than what you made from letting it run. So if you really wanted to let it run, the best thing was to just like not move your stop and let it get to the target. Well, this person was asking a question like that, but they were saying that like, oh, I have a 50% win rate and I get 2-to-1 reward. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. So like, I'll do 2-to-1. And when I'm doing well, I'll get 45%, right? 45, 50 maybe on an individual week when there's really strong news moves that help me get there. You know what I mean? And it's not everyone runs up there too. I'll get one that runs 5 times that, and that's kind of what gets it net to be 2-to-1, right? So for this guy to come in and be like, I'm getting 2-to-1 and 50%, but like I don't know anything about trailing stops. I'm like, no, I think you're full of shit. And it seems like almost every time that I get on Facebook, I see something that is just like patently false. Oh, the other one was this guy was like saying they were asking about, well, he wanted to know how big are wicks, which is not a hard thing to do. You just do the high minus the close and the high minus the open, and then which one you use depends on if it's an up close bar or a down close bar, right? But somebody else came in and was like, oh, NinjaTrader is so slow. Like, well, I'm not going to say NinjaTrader is like the most efficient thing ever, but like we run some stuff where you're running a really quite a complicated algorithm, and I do timings on it, and most of the time it only ends up being 1 millisecond for it to process it, right? So what is it, a 1 millisecond? Yeah, like your internet connection is 50 times the latency of that. So if you feel like it's slow, it's not NinjaTrader, man. It's your connection or your data provider or something like that. And if it really mattered that much, you should be using an exchange connected server and all of that stuff. Otherwise, if you feel like it's slow or you're getting slippage, it's probably all in your head. But the thing that was funny about it was that he was like, oh, use Tradeovate, it's much better. And I'm like, well, I mean, the Tradeovate platform is like really new. So anyways, so that is my little rant. The people on Facebook, you don't have to impress anybody. Like, that's the thing. I think everybody comes in and they think they got to impress you, and you want to look like you're a good trader so that you can attract other good. No, I'm telling you, like, straight up, you know what the good traders like? You know what will attract the good traders to you? Being humble and honest with yourself about what you know and what you don't know. Confidence is good, and being confident with what you do know is good. And it's okay to think you know something and to not actually know it. But when you really literally just don't know what you're doing, and you know that you don't know, but you pretend that you do, it really turns those people off. Let's see here.
Winston's mom says Donald Trump was blocked indefinitely from posting on Facebook. I think this happened this morning.
That's been all week. I don't know if he's ever going to be unblocked from any of these platforms, to be honest. I mean, Twitter kind of suggested that they would give him his account back after Biden becomes president. So we'll see.
Winston's mom says quarantine while Stephen Colbert predicted the TikTok sea shanty craze.
First of all, I can't believe that the text-to-speech read that out well. Yeah, the sea. So I saw this new one. You go and find it. But somebody turned the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song from the whatever you call it, the TV show. They turned that into a sea shanty. and it's hilarious, man. It's so funny. Oh man. Okay. So, let's first of all, somebody was asking me a question about this swing indicator. So there's some issues with swing, but he wanted to know, how do you get the number of ticks between the average price and swing low? What's a sea shanty? A sea shanty is a song that sailors would sing on boats. I was like, it's not an American thing. Really, if you are from like the UK, you're from like Ireland or Scotland, and a seafaring area, and they would sing sea shanties. You know, and these are songs that like all of the sailors can sing together in chorus and are really easy to remember. I don't know what other kind of character. There's definitely like a characteristic to the melodies, but I don't know what it is that makes it a sea shanty. Yeah. Okay, so he wants to know average price and swing low. So let's pull out an editor window here. So if we're in the swing indicator, swing, I think that it would have to be something like swing low series of 0 minus, you know, however you're getting average price. Let's just say SMA of 0. Perhaps. Oh, I answered that guy's question. Okay, I think we're good to go there.
Winston's mom says Maxwell's sea shanty or shanty, the idea is the sailors would sing as they worked. A bit like soldiers, sound off, as they march. Blow the man down, is an example. Warning to watch the sails.
Ah, there you go. Oh, you went and you searched the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air sea shanty. It's funny, right? I wish I could show that, but I'm concerned that, you know, you'd get video takedowns and stuff for it. So, okay, so let's look at this volume profile thing. Man, my nose is a little runny this morning. It's like it's not like outright running, but it's like a little moist up in there that's driving me crazy. Okay. So my recollection was, well, let's start up a new chart and see if it even works. We'll pull that up, and we need to pull output window, and we'll do this on the E-mini. On minute, we can just do like 5-minute bars, perhaps. 5 days. And I'm going to turn on tick replay. Bum, 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 bum. And I'm going to put that up over here for us, if that's okay. And we'll make like everything, or we'll make everything nice and neat. And I'm going to move this up here. And I'm going to put our output window down here. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. So, first things first is, I think, well, now let's just add it. Let's just add it. Volume profile stippers. Stippers. Session. Man, I think we're okay. So does it even load? Okay, no, it does not. An item with the same key has already been added. Oh, that's right. I remember we were getting into this and it was like, well, to debug what's going on here might take forever. Shall we try anyway? Because I could just go back and do an easy fix. There is an easier way to do this, but I'm trying to be all super clever about it, right? Sometimes, you know what? Sometimes trying to be smart isn't really payoff in programming. Sometimes just doing brute force and letting the computer, you know, take advantage of it is a better better use of your time, because it's very rare that the performance of it really comes into play. Okay, so there's this. I'll just make sure that's open, and we'll come in here and start debugging, which means we've got to attach it to the process.
Winston's mom says absolutely try. If you say out the words for the actions you are accomplishing, I will look for the info online and restrain myself from overlinking.
Okay, so we're attached to the process. Well, you're not going to find anything online this is going to be like way too specific, but okay, so let's try refreshing the chart, and we'll see where the bug is in particular. Okay, so that's what we needed. Next price 3808.5. Oh, okay, row data next val equals a new next value next price. I see. But shouldn't it immediately be testing to see if the next price comes out? Oh. Add volume, no. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, well, we should write from here. Okay, so I totally see why it happens. In fact, there is a solution for it down here. I'm just not sure I understand why I have that issue. So this is a case where it gets it. If data, try get value, out value. So this is when there is an item there already. So then the next question would be, okay, so when we make this, it should always, but it could be, I see what's happening. It's saying, if val.next equals null. So it's saying it made this one right here, and that one makes its next. And then it's there's one over here, and it's made its next, like that. So then it comes in here, and oh, guess what? This exists, but this does not yet. So we do have to check and make sure that it's been created every time. Now, if val.next equals null, then we need to if data, try get value next price out next value. And if we do, then val.next equals next val, right? And if it's not, else this bit down here, I think, row data, and so then if it doesn't exist, then we make one, and we add it into the dictionary, and we set the val.next equals next val, and we say val.step volume equals math absolute value val total volume minus val.next dot total volume. Okay. Try compiling that. A local value. Oh, we don't need to define this. Next val, yeah. Okay, that compiles. F5. Still calculating. Let's clear this down here. Just there's a new error. I can remember that it's a new error. Why Biden is going to attack the census. 10 states are likely to use one congressional seat each: Alabama, California, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and West Virginia. And electoral college votes shift to southern states. Yeah, so for that, some southern states are becoming more democratic than you would think. Okay. And if I zoom in enough, does it give me? Okay. So now, can I add? I have the other volume profile, right? Volume profile column. That's right. Oh dear. Well, that's interesting. Let's see here. In volume profile steps, do I change that? Oh, I just have it commented out. Let's try this. Else if state equals state dot data loaded. And we'll try moving it down here. And save. That should force this to recognize the change and start compiling automatically. Okay. Refresh. Okay, well, it's moving the margin over the correct amount, I believe. So that is encouraging. Takes it a while. Oh, very, very nice. Okay, so if I come up here to the top, this is 5. So the difference between here and here is 5. And then the difference between here and here is 104. And the difference between 209 and 109 is 100. And now we're going to have to pull out my calculator. 441 minus 209 is 232. 311 minus sorry, we're gonna go 441 is negative 110. That's wrong. No, wait. No. 311 minus 441 is 130. Negative 130. So that's correct too.
Voyage says, is there any good penny stocks to invest in?
Okay, so Dark Voyage, this is actually a good question. So normally I am very much about the macro picture on this stream, at least. I do my own individual investing and I pick individual stocks in a very small portfolio. But I don't like to talk about the individual plays that I make too much. Although if you watch it long enough, you probably figure out which ones they are. I don't like to be the kind of stream where people are just pushing stocks, right? Because there are some places where it literally is just like, oh, here, what do you think about this stock? What do you think about this stock? And really what they're trying to do is they're trying to get other people to buy the stock that they're already in, right? And that's not what we're about. We're about more like the economic picture because we're trading futures and macroeconomics matter more to the instruments that we're trading with, right? But here, the difference between micro and mid cap stocks and large cap stocks is turning out to be a big deal. So there's this thing going on where when you get added to the index, it helps you out. Like there's a lot of money that ends up coming into a company because of being included in the index. And the best example of this is Tesla, because a lot of the run that Tesla has had over the past, let's say 6 months has been, let's say since the last earnings, has been because they were going to add it to the S&P 500, right? So what has been happening, or at least some research, was some research released this past week, and Zero Hedge has an article about it if you go into it. But they were saying that these companies, when they get added to the indexes, people buy them up, and everybody's buying the companies that are in the indexes, particularly companies like Apple. And they're saying that based on their research, that these companies aren't worth as much as everybody says that they are. And the only reason that they're getting the money coming into them is because of index investing. So they're basically saying that index investing, that the popularity of index investing is as such that those companies have become overvalued, and that therefore the indexes themselves have become overvalued. So if that is the case, then you would really want to be in small companies. So when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, because there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I want to be in Apple and I want to be in Amazon, and they pick all of the large tech companies. And this is what I'm seeing. The most of the millennials that are getting into investing now are getting into. Like there's one lady on TikTok that I follow because she doesn't try and BS and say all this false stuff. They just it's just funny TikToks, and she loves all of the tech companies. And every time I see that, I just shake my head, because it's like, I don't think that that's where you want to put your money. If you're going to be in those big tech stocks, you might as well be in the index, right? But if you're going to invest in individual companies, I think that at the moment, at least, you're probably better off finding smaller companies that haven't already been included in the S&P 500 index, right? You want to go and find the company that's not in there yet and you think is going to get there. Fair enough. So I know that that's not what you were necessarily looking for, but I feel like that was a question where I know what you really need. Fair? All right. What else we got here?
Live Action says at Dark Voyage, why mess with penny stocks, thin markets you don't understand when you have liquid futures you understand with margin.
Yeah, okay. Well, so and that's a good point too. I would urge you to not day trade penny stocks because the liquidity will just destroy you. All right. To really day trade penny stocks, you need to understand the efficient execution problem. So this is oh man, I can't even remember the name of the study, but there's this study where these guys did a study on the efficient execution problem, the way to like how much you should put in at any given time based on what the liquidity of the instrument is and everything else like that. So if you can see the level 2 on a penny stock, and I mean, that's a big if, and you can see the level 2 and the amount of volume that's typically traded, and you can do the math on the efficient execution problem, and you can execute and get into that in a fair price, then you might be able to make short-term plays if you are informed, if you actually knew that something was coming on a stock, right? But what tends to happen is you're just getting caught up in chasing momentum, and you lose so much on the slippage from it being a very small tick stock that it's just not worth it. I don't think that our millennials or Gen Xers use. Nah, it's definitely a thing that call them penny stocks. There you go. See, that's that.
Dark Voyage says, yeah, I understand. I made my first purchase on a stock today on electric cars for a long-term investment. I only had £10 to invest as I am 17 and not got money, haha, but I have £5 left.
Okay. So that's good because what you want to do is you want to start watching the market as young as possible to get an idea of what's going on, right? But when I say that sort of a thing, like there's 2 levels to this. One is managing a portfolio, right? There's different jobs in the financial industry, right? So the place where there's really money is like in managing a portfolio. And if that's the sort of thing that you want to do, then you should read Peter Lynch's One Up on Wall Street. You should put together a portfolio of like 5 names and buy fractional shares. This is where you can own like half of a share or whatever it is. And that way you can still buy a company that is like in the Russell 2000, right? But yeah, instead of having to go to penny stocks that like nobody has ever heard of. I'm not saying that it has to be in the Russell 2000, but I'm just saying don't limit yourself because of the size of the account. Still go in and buy the companies that you think are the best companies to own. And if you can't do fractional shares, or you really don't know that and you're still looking to practice, then just put together a spreadsheet. Put together a spreadsheet and give yourself $100,000 to manage in the spreadsheet and do it that way. Because anything, the experience of watching it and trying to manage a portfolio is the main thing that you're trying to get there, right? Anyways, I'd also read the Mad Money book by Jim Cramer because it kind of explains the way that these funds actually manage their positions. So that's one side of it. Then there's another side of it, which is kind of like what we're doing, which is like buy side market making. So we can't, offer out at every price, but the sort of things that we're looking at is like market microstructure. So if you want to do that, you probably need a minimum of $500 to $1,000 to get started, because you need to buy the software and you would need to fund an account and pay the $15 a month or whatever it is these days. I'm pretty sure it's $15 a month for the level 2 data. So that's kind of more expensive, and maybe if you're a kid, not as realistic. But that's kind of the way that you want to go. And hey, you're 17, you're going to get a job. Summer's going to come. our economy is going to open up. You're going to get a job at McDonald's. It'll be $15 an hour, and you'll be able to come up with that money, right? And then that's where I think that you really get an advantage if you're starting young, because when you're watching the level 2 and your brain is still flexible, right? And then go and read studies on market microstructure and get into math and stuff. That's where that money is at. But they're referred to as low float stocks now. So I think that the float is a little bit different from whether it's a large tick or a small tick. Because float also has a lot to do with how many shares are actually like out there and available to trade. So you get these stocks like, like Amazon that are really big, and so they end up they're a small tick stock, but then they also don't have a lot of shares, just chilling out there, and so it becomes it makes it even more exaggerated, and there's not volume at every tick. It's my understanding, at least. Okay, now 1154 minus 1148 is 6, right? 1154 1148. That's a little odd. 1148 minus 323 is 826. So at some point they get off by 1 point. I'm not quite sure why. I don't know if that's a big deal or not. It's only 1. That's kind of weird though. Now let's go to the bottom of the profile, and let's just make sure that from that direction it is also working. Okay, so that should be 16. Oh, well, that's where it's coming from. Probably. 33 minus 120. 87. 120 minus 18. That'd be 102, right? Yeah. 106. So it seems like there might be a case where it's not updating. So if we come through here, there's 2 major if statements. And we say val.step volume equals math total volume minus next total volume. That's that step's volume. And then here's the other one. But it seems to me that no matter which one of these it happens, yeah, and yeah, that it is putting the step volume in. Val.total volume gets set on this bit, right? When we create it, we have to set what the total volume is. And so what happens if you get it in and there is stuff? So if that's true, and then this is false, then we should just get val.stepVolume equals val.total. No, hold on. Shouldn't there be somewhere in here val dot total volume equals val plus equals volume, like that? Shouldn't it be like that? And then down in here there should be the same thing. Val dot total volume plus equals volume, right? Because now let's look at it. Well, I'm gonna save that first. Let's look at it from over here, because then I can like mouse on it and volume profile steps. I can come up here and I can say, okay, where does that get used? Oh, okay, so I do have one there, but I don't have one down in here. I see. So what's happening is row data. Okay, so in this case, you always get an instance where, oh, that doesn't make sense at all, does it? That's got to be where the bug is coming from. Like, there's probably a good example right there where it's like 150 minus 55 is 95, and it thinks it's 103. So there was some volume added here, and it didn't adjust. And it must be a situation where one of these aren't there. So like if we say, okay, we don't get a value out, then we're creating one on our own, and then we determine what the next price is, and if we get the next price, that's what we use to put the next value. And if we don't, then we also have to make the next price. And when we do that, we make it with a 0. Okay. Then we add these two in here, and then the value is still there. Where is it that it's missing the volume? And this one, if it does get the value out, it does increase it. It's somewhere, like it makes sense to you guys, right? I don't. There's a case where it's adding volume and it's not doing the add volume method. Well, so let's come back down in here and let's just try and trace it a little bit better. So it should be on market data, and e.volume is greater than the filter. I have a filter in there, huh? I don't think that should matter. Steps filter is 0. So I don't think that you'll ever get an example where the volume is less than 0, right? Well, I could put an equal sign there. If market data type equals market data type dot last. What are my options on that? Options? Wait, so if I come into this profile column and I look at what they do on market data type equals market data type dot last. What are the other options? It's been a long time since I've messed with this method, so I don't really remember. On market data event args. Market data type, bid, ask, daily high, daily low, daily volume, last close, opening, open interest, settlement. When I go into like my cumulative delta ones, let's just double check those. This one right here on market data, if market data type equals market data type dot last. Add ask volume, add bid volume. Wait, I have two. Wait a second. Oh, no, wait. We want this one. Oh, okay. We're always just doing that one thing. Give a man a program, frustrate him for a day, teach a man to program him, frustrate him for a lifetime. Well, it seems like it's always adding it. I don't know what's... Doesn't have anything to do with how they're calculating the switch, are they? No, they're pretty much the same. So that doesn't explain it. There's got to be a situation where it's coming into this. Price, volume, next price. Oh, wait. What is the double next price is passed in? Hold up. Oh, next price is just eat up price plus tick size. And we had to pass that in because the tick size wasn't available from the other class. Okay. So that makes sense. And then this is where we come back to like, okay, we're using the volume there. And we're using the volume there and there. And here we're using price. Here we're setting price. Maybe, you know, I've done a couple of different things here. Let's just recompile it for a second and check it. So now I'm thinking here, while I was doing this, how do we determine that there is a significant step in the volume? And what I could do is I could look at every volume profile ever and look at those factors and then see what is a big step. But I don't think that would be, because, you know, you want to do it as the volume profile is there. So it's really more like we'd have to go through every price change, every time that price changes, and see what this step is. And then make a histogram of that. That would be interesting, don't you think? I'm going to guess, though, that you're going to get something like, I don't know if it's going to help, because I think that we would get a distribution that's like, you know, here's one volume, and then it'll just go down like that, you know, and we won't get it. If we got a distribution that was like this, then we could maybe sit down and say, okay, from here over is the spot. You know what I mean? Make a ratio. Well, that's what we're getting right now. What this column right here is the difference between these two columns. So, oh, that one is really messed up right there. Because look, that's 150 minus 55 should be 95, right? And it thinks it's 103. Now hold on. Oh, okay, that one's correct. 33 minus 120 is 87. Okay, that's correct. It's just this 150 minus 55 should be 95, and it says it's 103. Well, there's definitely a bug in this code somewhere, but I'm not sure where it is exactly. And oh, and that run is really weird, because 55 minus 74 is 19. It says it's 3. So I'm wondering, is this enough to just try and do a back test on, you know? Bill McDowell has a histogram that shows how fast the ticks are going off, and it gives them different shades to let them know if there's energy coming into the market. Oh, that sounds cool, but I don't see why you couldn't just watch the tape to determine that, right? What we're trying to determine here is what do we use as a threshold? So let's say that we have a strategy that is a volume profile strategy, and the strategy is, if there is a gap in the profile, there is a step in the profile, we are going to take that as a trade on the expectation that it will break out from there, right? Or vice versa, we fade it on the expectation it'll stay within that profile, right? Then how do you determine what is a significant step in the profile? So what we've done is we've made a profile that tells you the difference in the step in the profile. So now you can see that the biggest steps are like up here, for instance. You see how there's these ones that kind of stick out? So then I could go in and I could say, apply a Bollinger Band to this, And if the value is greater than the Bollinger Band and we're trading into it, then we take the trade, right? I guess that's a better way to do it, rather than looking at trying to figure out a specific number that you want to use. That might make it so that at the beginning of a session, it's a little bit more, yeah. And it'll be a little difficult because to apply a standard deviation on that, we're going to have to do it by hand. We can't just use the Bollinger indicator on top of that because it's not a price series. Wild, outrageous, and perhaps downright outlandish claims. Yeah, that's right. Well, and this is where I say that there's a group of people out there that think that in order for anybody to talk to them, they have to pretend like they're doing great all the time. And the experienced traders pick up on that right away and know that what they're saying is bullshit. But what ends up happening is you've spoken to so many of these people at some point that you know what is performance and what is not. And somebody gives you something that's outside the norm of performance, but they don't seem to know as much as the people that do have it, you know? It's just, anyways. I'm going to look through this one more time to see if I can find where is the situation that it's not adding it. So every time that you add, I know what the issue is that if I add volume here, I bet you I know what it is. Say we have these prices and we have this one and we'll do 4. And what I'm doing is I'm saying volume has been added to this one. So we need to adjust the profile by comparing to this, right? And then we'll set this one's thing. But what if something happened to this? Then we would need to adjust this profile again, right? So what that means is that we would need to, it's a linked list. What it means is that we need a doubly linked list. And since we need a doubly linked list with a profile, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I think that we should because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to make triple nested things like this now, right? And I'm going to have to go in and say, okay, what if you make one and the previous doesn't exist yet? Then you have to make the previous. You have to check for the previous and check if the previous too. Shit. Should we do it? How much do you guys care about learning about how to use a linked list? You say that his track record have you actually seen a real legitimate track record though? Like, has he shown broker statements? I mean, that's one of the things that you'll get. And, you know, like, I think that Ross Cameron is probably a good example of that from Warrior Trading, because he does post broker statements. Or at least that's what I've seen. And so I'm not going to say that he's not making money, but I also think that there's things about what he is doing that you're not going to be able to duplicate straight up. But that's, you know, what would make you a good trader is that you are able to do something that other people can't. But the reason that he can do it has a lot to do with the following that he has and the account size that he has, right? Well, I'm going to try and do it. This is so dumb. I feel like this is so dumb, but okay. E dot price minus tick size. He shows all his trading in the room. I've seen his statements. Huh. It's funny that it's not really a name I've heard before. Oh, you were getting that from the trading schools review. Owner of the company making highly dubious claims that his students have gone years without a single losing day, and my master trader students have no drawdowns and no losers. However, when pressed for verifiable proof of these amazing results, none can be found. The owner of the trading company refuses to verify personal trading performance, will not produce account statements proving whether he can trade successfully. None of Bill's students are willing or able to produce any proof of amazing results as described in the promotional webinars. In my opinion, and until proof can be provided by the vendor, then I would avoid this several $1,000 trading product. So I think you're full of shit. You've been duped. Have you actually seen a statement? Have you really actually seen his statement? Because I have a really hard time believing that he would show it to you, but he wouldn't show it to Emmett. So I'm not trading today. No, we're programming. Okay, so then we come in here and we come in and we say val.total value plus equals volume. Okay. So I need to copy this entire block right here and say if val dot brief. Oh, do we have right here row data next? Row data brief. Public row data brief. Okay, so then we come in and we say if brief equals null, then row data brief value. Okay. Val dot brief equals brief value. We just rename all these variables. Else previous value, new row data, previous price, data dot add. Oh yeah, this one. Now, I am only setting... so there might be situations where we need to set... Oh, okay, so it's going to do this one. And then it's going to do this one. But then when I get the previous price, it's going to be like, yeah, this guy and this guy and this guy, and it's going to be pointing to these. If they're not made, it's going to create them. This one is not going to have a pointer pointing back to it, but it will come in and it will make the pointer once it's looked at it and updated it. Right? And because the whole thing is going to be that once you get to that point, once we get down to here, this val.step value, then we have to go and say to the then we have to say val.prev dot step volume equals math.absolute value of will be val.prev dot total volume minus val dot total volume. And that will also have to come down in here, right? I'm aware of a GS trader who loved the Bollinger Band. Well, I know that some guys over there that they might use some technical analysis to some extent. The issue with the whole technical analysis thing, so like there's this whole thing like, does technical analysis work? And then the big argument against technical analysis, well, not the big, but one of the big arguments against technical analysis is that if you go to a big firm like Goldman Sachs, they don't really utilize that technical analysis in their trading, which is true. When I talked to traders there, and it really only happened like once or twice, but they didn't know hardly anything about technical analysis. But the reality is that it's not because they know that it doesn't work per se. It's because what they're doing is so different. Technical analysis really isn't useful to them, right? Because what they're doing, they're buying this no matter what, right? Like you're sitting there and you're like, is there an opportunity? Do I want to buy this or do I not want to buy this? And what price do I need to do it at? And everything else like that. For them, all of that is decided for them, right? They're going to buy it today. For whatever the best price that they can get. They have to buy a certain amount. And so everything that they do is essentially centered around the efficient execution problem. How do I acquire this many contracts and have the smallest impact possible on the asset? So if you already know that you're going to buy it and how much you're going to buy it at and what price you need to buy it at to make money, all of this stuff like moving averages and Bollinger, it doesn't really matter, does it? I would think that probably you would still find some situations where you would find a trader they would like a certain thing or whatever because they found an edge in it. And I can tell you that I have a video that I haven't made yet, maybe next week or the week after that, on Bollinger Bands. And I have found in the Bollinger Bands a certain set of settings that in the trade setup that I tested does appear to show an edge, but it is a very small edge. It doesn't happen very often, and the chances of you actually getting those prices are probably low. So I'm sure that you would get individual guys here and there that do like particular indicators. But I think from your perspective as a retail trader, should I incorporate this thing into my trading or not? I think that the primary thing that you should be using to justify that action is a backtest showing a statistical inefficiency in the market. And if you can't produce a backtest that shows that particular thing has an edge, then why are you using it? So here, this is volume profile is a great example. Lots of people use volume profile. Do you actually have statistics of when there's a step in the profile and you take the trade, do you make this much and yada yada yada? Is it? I haven't seen statistics on it, so we're making it here. Okay, so here is the situation where the next value does not, where the value doesn't exist, and so they make it. Okay, so I think that this bit of code right here should be down here. What was it? It was 3 lines, so val new row data add. Oh, you may or may not have to add into the data. So this goes right here. So this is, it exists, it doesn't exist. So this bit of code right here also needs to be copied. And this will be the previous, to get the previous one, right? Reval. Wait. Volume price. Null, common null is what we're going to do here. Okay. Let's see here. What's you guys saying? Some other stuff. Prior probability in Bayesian statistical inference is the probability of an event before new data is collected. Jury. Oh, we're building an indicator that will tell us the step in the profile is what we're doing. Oh, you have a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to read that. Let me focus here. So next val, if it exists, then I think that if it exists, I don't do anything. Yeah. I think if it exists, I don't do anything. If it doesn't exist, then I say next val equals, and then over here in this one, I'm going to say reval. Okay. And then at that point, we will say everything is created. This eval, and we will add my new value in there. And then we say val step volume equals this, and we'll also set the previous one's step volume. Okay. This is super complicated, right? It's actually not. It's just that thinking through linked lists sometimes can be like really complicated. Okay, missed something. Does not have, oh, okay, right here. Sure. And where's this other one that we can get? Wait, so what was 75? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah. So what's happening is when I'm making, here's my item, and I make these, right? And then I'm making these links. And when I get this one, I don't make the link. Like, when I come into this one, then it's going to go and it's going to make this one. And it's going to make a link. And it's going to go and find this one and make the link back. Is what should happen. So that's why I'm able to set those to null. Has anyone ever heard of sleeping in? No. Sleeping in is for Saturday and Sunday. And even then, we don't sleep in very much. By the way, that reminds me, I am connected in Discord here. So if you want to come and chat with me, Ace, you can find your way into Discord and join the stream thing and we could talk. But you should use some proper IDE for development. Well, so I have Visual Studio up in here in the back if we need to debug anything. And I guess I could write it over here, but I'll kind of switch back and forth. But over here, I'm going to compile. Did it compile correctly that time? Okay, so I went and I did the work. It was actually a little easier than I thought it would be. Yeah, if I come over, you're right. If I come over here and I save it, then it will automatically detect it and start compiling it. You're right. In fact, I'm not sure what my excuse is. I feel like that there are situations where I'm like, I need to do it over here. There is something, I can't remember what it is, but there is something that you really, it's easier to see over here, but I can't remember what it is. Okay, let's refresh and see if that works. Well, it sounds like Jerry knows something of what he's talking about when it comes to programming for Ninja Trader, so that's good. Let's see here. Ace had a good weekend. My COVID positive family members up and running back to normal. Yeah, I have to say, the COVID is not that bad of if you get it and you're healthy, it seems like it's not even that serious of a cold. I've been programming for over 8 years. Wow. So you've been you've been programming for about as long as I have. Wait, how long have I been? Well, I mean, I've been programming for a lot longer than 10 years, but like professionally, I've been trading 11 years now. So close. So I entered the industry in 2010. Man, that was a long time ago. To me, it's like ancient history. Okay, so I think that one might have fixed our bug, guys. So where was it? It was down here, right at the bottom, where we were getting like, yeah, right here, 150 and 55 and 95. Yes, yeah. Was it working? Okay, so here's a pretty big step right here. 1823 minus 27, 84 equals negative 961. Yeah, okay. I think we fixed it. The immune compromised member is safe so far, but just for fun, another family member. Oh, geez. Yeah, well, it's kind of weird how, like, it is pretty delayed, I think. Oh, my lips are getting chapped. But like I said, like, I don't know what it was like for your family member, but for me, it was like I got the chills and then like it was over it. and then a little bit of graveliness in my throat. But like, when I think of getting a cold, or what I thought it was going to be, was like a really bad sore throat at first, and then you're sick and you're like coughing stuff up and you're really tired, and like it was last January. I tell you what, man, what I caught last January was 10 times worse than COVID. I thought maybe it was COVID, but I guess not. If 10 years of trading is ancient history, then I'm just saying programming. I've been watching the market since 2008. I don't necessarily want to say that I've been trading that whole time, because when I worked for Goldman Sachs, they wouldn't let me trade futures. Like, as an employee, you weren't allowed to have a futures trading account. So it wasn't until I left them in 2015, 2016, that I started like actively trading futures. So when I talk about like trading the order book, I would say that I only have 4 years of experience now. But I've been programming. I graduated and went and worked for Goldman Sachs in 2010. So that's how long I've been doing the programming for. There are definitely a lot of you guys in here that have been trading longer than me. Do you miss anything from working at GS? Yes, I do. So I tell you what, let me first start with, here's the things that I don't miss. Okay. I don't miss the stress. I don't miss the feeling that like everybody is watching everything that you're doing closely and trying to undermine you. Because I wasn't like that at first, but especially before I left, it really felt like that was kind of going on, that like people were out to get you. I didn't like that you had to fill out this huge, complicated procedure to do anything. Like, if you wanted to change anything about the production environment, you had to write out exactly the steps that you were going to have to do, and then get it approved and all of this and that. And if you went to go and do it, and then at that point you found that something is a little bit different than what you expected, and so the procedure has to change, even if it's something like incredibly trivial, you have to back the whole thing out and go through that whole process again. And then that makes you look bad, and that was so stressful to me. So I do not miss that. But what I do miss is this. There was not stupid people at Goldman Sachs. There wasn't situations where somebody happened to make it to manager because they didn't really know who else to call for it, and so they picked this one guy and he didn't really know what he's doing, and then he's manager for years and years and just does a terrible job at it before they realize that he's just not well suited to it. No. In Goldman Sachs, something like that lasts like 3 months tops, you know? And they know how to find and develop somebody that's actually like a good manager. And I miss that. And you didn't have coworkers that didn't know what was going on, and you had to hold their hands through stuff. Not that I have a whole lot of that at my job. The people on my team know what's going on, but there's often situations where the people on other teams, I'm like, how do you survive? Because it seems like... Okay, anyways. So that's what I miss from working there. And I do wish... I tell you what, I wish that I had traded futures before I worked there and then went, because then I would have known, like, I would have gone and been like, okay, this is who I really need to talk to, and this is the questions that I need to ask them, you know, because I have so many questions these days that I think about. I mean, like, I didn't know, when I worked at Goldman Sachs, I didn't know what the efficient execution problem was. And that's really the thing that I think that they work with the most. So, is that sort of thing. Anyways, I was going to say before that, to Jerry, wait, you're not the only one. There's like 3 or 4 guys here that have been trading for like 20 years. So, the first one that I met is Bots, and he's been doing it for a long time. And then we've got Gary Rich. And I don't know how long, I can't recall how long he's been doing it, but it's certainly more than 10 years. But he mostly does options and sticks around. And then we've got Greg, who's been doing it for forever. And who else do we got? I think Ace has been trading about as long as me, maybe a little bit longer. Anyways, there's a couple of them. That's what I was saying. What is, if you get anything? Yeah, Bots is cool. He's my mentor. If there's anything that you get from listening today, though, I mean, because maybe the programming goes like straight over your head. If you want to get actionable information from good traders that know what they're doing and have been doing it for a long time, don't pretend that you know something when you know you don't. There's one thing, you think you know something and you act confident about it, and then somebody else comes along and gives you a piece of information that you didn't know and proves you wrong. And then the thing is going to be how quickly are you able to adjust to new information, especially if they're providing you like hard evidence. Okay, but if you don't really know and you come in and you say something and they pick up on it almost immediately, man, and then you're immediately on their shit list. Yeah, Bots has a great voice to boot. I know. You guys need to get into the stream channel. Okay. So, now that the volume profile steps thing is done, let's see if we can make a strategy with it, right? He should record book on tape. You know, he could. He needs to get a booth, a vocal booth, and then he can go through and do it. I've thought about that because I'm like, I have all the equipment. I should do voiceovers. But then I look at it and I'm like, I don't know if I would actually be. I went and looked on Fiverr, the people that will do voiceovers for you on Fiverr. And I'm like, well, why would anybody come and choose me when you've got these people that make like so many of these every day and have amazing voices? Okay, so to the strategies. Should we make let's not make a folder for it yet. I started to get into this like, okay, I have so many, I should make folders for them. And now I have a ton of folders that I don't necessarily need. So I think I'm just going to make it like this. I'm going to say, step in profile and generate that. Okay. And then this indicator is in the regular NinjaTrader indicators namespace, so I don't need to do anything with the using declarations. So I think that I just need to say volume profile steps. Should I do it all proper? Underscore steps. Else if state equals state.data loaded underscore steps equals volume profile steps. I don't think that's going to compile. Your voice is now a part. Oh, so when I meet you, they will recognize my voice. That's funny. Yeah. What did I do wrong here? That's a class. Steps equals, man. Oh, right now my war rig isn't even turned on. I'm just listening to you on my phone. Yeah, okay. Shit. Oh, I've run into this before. What did I have to do to fix it? No, it's yeah. Well, that is one of the things though where I think that the IntelliSense doesn't necessarily work over here. So let me, reload all. Yeah, I'll stop debugging. Sure. So if we come over here into strategies and open it up, what did we call it? Step in profile. Step in profile. Close that. Okay, this right here. Volume profile steps. See, it does the exact same thing. It is not seeing the constructor for this indicator over here. So public class profile, public class volume profile steps column panel. Oh, I have run into this before and I remember now. I think I remember what the issue is that when I come in here, so we get past all those stuff, there's the private variables. Yeah. On state change, on bar update, on market data, on render. So I'm going to comment that line out. I think that what is happening is that because my volume profile steps is a subclass, so like, look, you come in here and you come to the bottom. Yeah. That's the problem. So if I come back to, what would be, well, I guess any indicator really, right? So let's just pull up, the cumulative delta one. This one right here. So there's my cumulative delta, and when you come down to the bottom, there's like this Ninja script generated code, right? Well, basically what's happened is because it's a subclass, it's not generating that stuff. But here's the thing, is that I don't need it to be a column panel. Not anymore, because that makes it draw it. But now that I can see that it's correct, I don't need to do all the drawing stuff. In fact, I would rather not. I would rather it not. So it should have all of that bit, and it'll do all of this stuff. Doing that might create some errors for me. Let's see. Yeah, now it does. Ding, 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 ding. All this can go away. That'll probably really narrow it down for us. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Okay, so now if I do that, it'll probably... There we go. Zero, true, true. Some of these shouldn't be. Okay, hold on. This shouldn't be an Ninja script property right here. These colors. Okay. Session. Okay. You could create your own accessor. So when I had that problem, I tried doing that, and what I found was that yes, it creates that stuff down at the bottom, but there's also some other stuff that it creates somewhere else. And the basic gist of it was that if you try and write these methods yourself, it doesn't work. I know, right? It sounds really stupid and like there should be a way through it, but like I spent a bunch of time trying to figure it out, and then I went out and searching, and when I searched on the NinjaTrader forums, the basic what I basically got out of it was that they just don't support subclasses. They just don't support inheritance. This is retarded, right? So I went back and made those indicators basically I'll just work without inheritance, which is like a real pain in the ass because they were doing some complicated stuff that in copying that code between all of them is a pain in the butt. But that's the way they've got it. So wait, why is it expecting it's expecting another parentheses? Oh no, it's fine. It's good. Interesting. Yeah, I know. It's so like this one, I'll show you guys. I used to be really secretive about this one, but I don't really care anymore because what I have is so much more sophisticated. But so these little profile columns, you notice how I added them and it like moved everything over correctly and everything. Well, what happens is I have a class here called the profile columns, and it will come in, and when you add it in, it will actually go through and figure out where does it happen? It'll actually go and search for the other ones. This is the drawing code. This is some of that is probably not needed, but oh man, it's in the class helpers or the utilities or something. It actually goes out and it uses reflection to search for other instances of a profile column, and then the order that they've been added into the chart to determine how far over you need to move. And then if you take it out, it should go back to normal, I think. Actually, let's check and see if that still works. Oh yeah, you know what? Another thing is that I can come in here and I can like click it and make it bigger. See, and it adjusts correctly. Pretty nice. I feel like that should be a default part of NinjaTrader, don't you think? Anyway, so I'm pretty proud of that. So if I take them off, yep, and then it goes back to normal. Ta-da! Okay. Step in profile. If underscore steps dot profile. What did I call it? Oh, I shouldn't have closed it. Shouldn't have closed it. Volume profile steps. And did I make that property public? My profile. Steps dot my, no, I didn't. And I am gonna have to make it, yeah. So I'll just make it public profile, my profile, I guess. I don't think I need a getter and setter in this case, but how did you do the resize feature? I just set up a handler for when you click on it, and then based on how far you moved it, it adjusts the size of the profile. And then since each element knows how wide it is, and then it just has in the setter there, if the width gets changed, then you have to adjust the margin for everything. It took a long. I'm thinking back on it. It was a hard project. That was like when we started. That was like 3 or 4 years ago when we like just started the channel. I used to have this one that was like, instead of showing the volume profile, it would show you the difference in cumulative delta between like the current cumulative delta and the last time that price traded. So you could kind of see like how much it would feasibly get to a certain price based on the last run in cumulative delta, and people really liked that. And I thought, well, maybe I'll sell it. But then we came in, we made like the histograms and stuff, and that's way more cooler. I thought I had like a control on top of it to catch those things. Oh, I don't think I actually have to add a control on top of it. Actually, I don't remember where I do that. It'll be down in here somewhere, right? Oh, I mean, sorry, profile columns. Profile columns. And balance ratio, value area. No. Text width. These are kind of cool. It must be like way up here. Somewhere in here, I actually set the event handlers, right? Oh, you know what? It might actually be in the volume profile one. No. On render. Yeah, super clean. I don't remember where I do it now, to be honest. You definitely had an event handler somewhere, but I don't see the I don't see where I'm attaching it. Do you remember the day we talked about feeling guilty over any good luck that's profitable? I went Googling, and the psychology of this is called imposter syndrome. You hope they remove. I'm really interested to see what is going to happen when they try and impeach him as a private citizen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's just move on. If steps dot my profile of close of 0 is greater than, and let's say for the sake of argument that it's greater than 1000. And so how should I do this? So if we got the profile looks like this, right? So there's a big step in the profile here. So this price is right here. It's going to be the difference between here and here is going to be greater than 1000. Oh, but it's different going up versus down, kind of, right? Well, let's not worry about that for now. But should we just use a moving average to determine that we've been moving up? Well, specifically, there have been times when I profited off of really bad events. That happens to everybody, though, right? I think the biggest skill is preventing the really bad things from happening to you, right? Like losing money when you lose money off of that. Okay, so let's just add like an HMA. Of 5, I guess. And my HMA, oh no, we just do is rising, right? Is rising, my HMA, enter longer. Okay. Oh, did it? Is it not? It says line 71, isn't it? Yeah. Profile. My profile. Oh, that's this class right here, huh? Profile. Oh, and then I have data. Oh, so I need to come back here, and it needs to be my profile dot data with the close of 0. Oh, and this returns to me an object, and I need to do the step volume. Okay. All right. I don't think it's going to take any trades. My experience says that off of a strategy like this, that the chances of it like straight up working and actually giving me a trade here are low. But we'll see, right? I'll do the E-mini, 5-minute bars. You have to turn on tick replay. And let's just come back and let's try using back to the 28th. Include commissions. So if it takes any trades, I'm going to be like ecstatic. If it takes any trades here, it's going to take it a little bit. Wow, wait, really? The first time I remember profiting off a disaster was when that Ukrainian airliner was shot down. I made 6 months of money. Oh, I remember that. Wow. That's interesting. I feel like there's like this like threshold where it's like you get lucky enough. You know, that gives you enough to work with that you eventually find your way to being successful. And then what I find usually happens to those guys is the strategy stops working as well and they just kind of like scale back. I was sick to my stomach about people were dead and I had all this crash. I remember what you're talking about. I don't remember watching it, though. When did that happen? Yes, this is it right here. Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752. No. That was January 8th, 2020. That can't be. Was this last year? Are you talking about the one that happened last year? I remember that one. I don't remember it making an impact on the markets. It must have. Was it? Were we talking at that time? Did I make money on that? I don't remember. Oh, well, I don't know. Oh, look, when I did the click, it actually does some debug output. Way before last year. That's what I thought. Okay. So we're talking, it's not this one, it's a different one. Was it a Malaysia Airlines flight? 17th July 2014. Yes, that's right. The Ukrainian Air Force had suffered losses from increasingly sophisticated air defense weaponry. That's right. That was 2014, so that was before I was trading. Well, I definitely remember when that happened. Holy shit, it took trades, it took long trades, and they made money. Well, oh, but you know what? I don't have any exit or anything set up. So it took 14 and it won 57% of the time? What? Wait, what? And what did it make on average? Okay, so it's like holding it to the end of this session. That's hilarious. Oh man. Well, so that's interesting that if you get a break in the profile and you hold it till the end of the day, at least in the last 3 weeks, that it's good. Yeah. Exit on session close. That's your exit. I mean, I don't think that's the way that we should do it though, right? I think that we should do it with like a set target. Like, let's come in here and steal them from one of these guys. I think I put in, what was the most recent one? The R squared strat would be a good example. Yeah. I think that we should use set targets. Yeah. And this. Sounds like mom and baby are up. And the properties. Try scaling in first? Why do you think I should scale in for it? Doing a scaling in thing seems like would be complicating. Oh, I mean, you mean enabling re-entries? Yeah. I almost never test with that, to be honest with you. because to me, it's like, how do I say this? So there's definitely a lot of edge that you can gain with your like position sizing strategy. So like how many contracts you take. By the way, something must be going on here. The market's taking a puke. U.S. capital goes into lockdown due to external security threat. Okay, so I'm going to just read that one with a grain of salt. In fact, well, I don't think that in this situation that I could really justify buying it, but if I was, unless I had a really big account, but if I was willing to gamble on this, I think you buy it. An alert went off, urging people to stay inside and not leave due to an external security threat. It urged people to stay away from windows and doors. Because I think that what happens is they take care of that. Either the threat isn't as serious as they think, or the threat is neutralized, and that's the end of it. My sister and I are discussing how we have been a bit profitable during COVID for various reasons. We decided the idea is to pay it forward as best as possible. I'm grateful. I tell you what, here's the thing that so anyways, I was going to say, to me, when I'm trading one of these things, I want to be able to tell somebody, okay, so if you take a trade in this situation with this risk reward, then this is the expectancy that you're going to get. And so when I add things like position sizing and all of that sort of stuff, it kind of, it hides that edge from it, right? Because you could get into some situations. There are some things that you can do where the entry and exit that you're using don't really have any edge to them, but you can still make money. There are ways of doing that, but I want to find an actual statistical edge with this. So that's why we'll just do one contract and we'll set like a risk reward. In fact, we'll try it with 16. 16 stop is the average harmonic rotation in the S&P 500. So if I do this and it comes out and it's still above 55%, then I'm going to be really impressed. Because in that case, probably the reason that it's giving such a long thing is because you just give it all day to hopefully work out. It does kind of suggest to us that there is a good swing opportunity on these, but we're only doing a few weeks. I bet you that, yeah. Do it on a bigger data set and it's not even going to be close to that. Let's see here. Is anybody picking up on this in the equities channel? Oh man, the coronavirus, man. That week or month or whatever was just crazy. The thing that I think was so funny about all of that was that the whole time I thought that they're overreacting. It'll be right back up. And then I think I ended up being wrong on both sides, because it was like they were overreacting and it did go up, but at the same time the coronavirus had a much larger impact than was expected. And the only reason why it really came back up the way that I thought it was going to was because of the response from the Federal Reserve, you know? So is that really me being right or wrong? That's like the thing that really ended up mattering in the end was not even on our radar. So you can't even say that you were right or wrong. What really mattered then after that point was how you reacted after March, right? And I was pretty skeptical of it for a long time. Actually, I still am. Because I look at this and I'm like, okay, well, everybody's get this stimulus money. You get stimulus money and you put it in the stock market. And then it keeps growing at 10% per year and all this sort of thing. And I'm like, no, it can't be that simple, especially if everybody else is doing that, you know? It's gonna do something at this something's gonna get screwed up and everybody's gonna be upset. You know, I think some of these stocks are like way overvalued and will just like go nowhere for years and years and years. Oh, you cleaned up during Trump's election and the certification of this recent one, really? Well, we didn't really have that big of a move off of that. We certainly had some good, big moves off of just like election night and afterwards. I was watching real time and I heard them shouting, "Hang Mike Pence," and thought, "Oh no, I knew we were long overdue for an event. I didn't think we were finished yet, unfortunately." Yeah, they're great. So here's what I found out about that. Yes, last night. The Secret Service came to Mike Pence and said, "We have a security threat in the Capitol building," because his office is in the Capitol, right? So with a 16-tick stop, we get to about what you would expect. And, oh, now that's interesting. Well, we got to think about this one. So do you notice when I don't have the stop in that it give me 14 trades, and then when I let it stop out, it gave me 129. So that means that it's coming, here's the step in the profile, and it's doing this. And so then what's happening is you come back across it and it tries to take a trade and that gets stopped out and that gets stopped. But the win rate is 43, which is about random, which is about what I expected. So I'm going to use the bathroom and think about this for a second. How you guys tell me in the chat, what do you think? How would you like it to take the entry? What do you think? Okay, let's see here. Jerry asks, is that a one-to-one risk reward? Yeah, it is. So the way I have this set up is you can set your stop and then your reward factor. So the reward factor will be, so your target will be your stop times the reward factor. So that's a 1-to-1. So that's where I was saying like 43% over, that amount it's basically random, right? Well, so I think here's what I want to do. I'm going to make a Boolean. Ninja script property public bool use targets get set, and I'm going to put this in here, and I'm going to say if use targets. Okay. So now we can like backtest it doing both of those, I guess. And I'm going to copy this bit right here and say that we'll do a short. And is falling. Now we can adjust that amount of step. So let's make a property for that too. Ninja script property public double threshold get set. And here this will be the threshold. And let's make it be a default of, should be, threshold should be 2000, I think. Another thing is I want bars required to trade is 20. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Oops, I forgot an equal sign there. Another thing is I think we should do 2. You might want to cache the volume data at this point. So what do you mean by that? Like, so NinjaTrader should cache the data. And it has to run through tick replay. Or are you saying that I could actually save the actual volume profile thing? Because I did this thing. I have this really complicated strategy that uses tick replay. Oh no, I had nothing to do with that. No, so I have these. Let me show you. I'm pretty sure you've been in this stream before, about like a long time ago, right? So you see these histograms down at the bottom. So these histograms actually are like level 2 indicators. So since you load level 2, it can't see the historical level 2. What I do is so that when you refresh it or you come into a previous day, it will at least show you the stuff from when it was open. I'm caching that to the disk. And I found an interesting thing I found with it was that when I did that, I wanted to make them back testable. And when I did the back testing, there was like threading issues. So it as it runs them historically, the bar had not been, the cached data hadn't been pulled in before it looked at the data. I think that there's a way to fix it, but I'm not quite sure what it is yet. I haven't gotten into it, and I don't work on that on stream, because how I'm able to get that to work is another clever hack. Anyways, I digress. So it seems to me that like caching the data to disk and pulling it back out. So like having in here go and say, on this day, if the data exists, then put it in there, apparently there's some issues with that. Plus I want to be able to know what was the profile at that particular point, right? So I would have to cache the whole view of the volume profile at every bar. Just a lot of data. And it's a lot of work to make it like that too. And then I'm not sure that it's backtestable that way. I get what you're saying. Well, that's where maybe that's where there would be an advantage of doing your own platform, huh? At that point. Now, for the other one, my more complicated strategy that I've got, you literally just can't, you just can't cache it. Like it needs to go through the tick replay, basically. Well, I guess I could maybe cache the final output from that bit, but I don't know. So if I'm going to run it on like a year's worth of data, it's like 20 minutes. So I don't know. I still think that for me to go and write my own platform, that the amount of time that I would spend on that would be less than what I would spend on the extra time backtesting. This is about 20 minutes for a year's worth of data. And hopefully if we get a nicer machine, that will go down. So I don't know if it's worth it or not. Because you're talking about a project that's like probably like 200 hours. You know what I mean? Okay. So it takes longs and shorts. And we should have been like running it while we were yapping here, huh? Well, so here's the thing, is that if we are getting a breakout from a step in the profile, so here's the issue, is like, let's say we have a profile that looks like this. Oh, why did it do that? That is so weird. Let's say that we got a profile that looks like this, okay? So, and let's just say for the sake of argument that with the way that it is, that right here is a step and right here is a step. Okay. So on this one, if we come into the step in the profile and the HMA is rising, so that means that we're coming up into it like this, that is a breakout, right? But then if we're doing this one right here and we're coming up into it like this is it mean reverting. So just knowing what is there is that particular price a significant step doesn't seem to be enough, really, does it? We also have to see that like it's increasing, or where the distribution is, So the question is, when I look at a profile like that and I see it like this, how do I express that mathematically so that I can say I'm entering into a volume, a bit of volume? But perhaps it doesn't matter. If we just say we're getting HMA and you're coming into that edge and then you take it or you don't take it. So 16. Now, another thing is I think we should, I like to keep it at 16 just because that's like the average harmonic rotation and everything. I know that like makes it really tight, but that also means that the edge, for it to give us anything, the edge has to be a really short-term edge. But I think that we could do it something like, if this works out, we should be able to use a really wide reward factor, right? So I don't know, let's just try that and see what it does. How many trades it comes out with off of that is is that the absolute step value? Yes, because see what it's doing is this right here is the absolute step value at that price. So oh, hi, Sugar Daddy. Today is a holiday, but I don't like to mess my schedule up. If you preserve the information of negative value / step, then you can determine whether the price goes into the high volume node or out of it. Maybe. Well, so I think it would help. So I can already think of a scenario that would mess that up. Let's say that the volume profile was like this. I'm going to draw them as squares. There's a step there. Okay. So our indicator thing will tell us there is a step here. And there is a step here, actually. And then the rest of these will be small. Right? So what you would get is this bar would trigger it, and this bar would trigger it. Nice drawing. So it may be that just trying to base it off of one price isn't enough. I mean, I could go into so what we could do though is we could do something like this. Oh, it's finished. Let's see what it did. Oh, it actually made money on the short trades. Oh, really? 1.29. Well, that's interesting that on the long side, but that's probably because you're running into, like, every time that you do it on the long side, you're running into high of day or something like that, which might not necessarily be the best place to trade it. But overall, when we added those qualifications to it, it took 119 trades over a few week period. That's actually a lot. 9 trades per day. That's actually a lot. Oh, actually, let's come in here and look at the analysis of it too. Oh, that's interesting. Oh man, we had one that went like way against us. So that is screwing up the result. I mean, what that means is that I need to come back and put a 1-tick series on top of it. That's so frustrating. I hate having to do that. Because if it's basically, if it wasn't for this one right here, now why is it, oh, is that just the like commissions as they're adding up maybe? See, that one is screwing these ones up here. Actually, these 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 are screwing it up. Ticks. There's like 100. So what's happening is we're talking about some situations where it moved like 80 points in 5 minutes. Oh, actually, you know what we can do is we can just, let's look at where it's taking the trades at. How about that? Or chart, right? Okay. So that one looks correct to me, don't you think? Well, no, I don't know if that would really help, but that looks correct. That looks correct. You can see that in some situations it's a little tight though. But that's okay, actually, if it like jimmies around the position until you've picked a direction. Okay, but it was like one of these first one or two where we have an issue. Yeah. You see that right there? Sell short. And then it bought it. And then got it. So it's not necessarily terrible. Although at this point, I wonder why. So then here is the profile. Oh, that's mean. Oh, how do you deal with that? So do you see what it's doing? Is there's like the profile is like this, right? Right here, it's like this, right? And then it starts crossing back and forth across here and filling the profile out. So it's getting triggered over and over again. Really so I'm not sure what to do about that. Okay, so here, I told you to buy it, didn't I? No threat to the public now, they're saying. U.S. Capitol placed on lockdown over a suspected tent fire under a bridge. Yeah, come back. Do you want to do it with the one tick data? I can show you how I did that. I'm going to just open another window here so I can copy and paste some data over a little bit more easily. And we'll do it the way that we did it with Brandon. So we're going to come here into the configure. And we're going to add a data series ES plus the month. Oh yeah, we gotta. This will allow it to use the right instrument series. And then in here, we're going to have to say bars array of 1, comma, this, yes, okay. Same here. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to only say only if bars in progress is the 1. Oops. Ace, that was my tent. I was living down there in government cheese. You know, I will, so the commitment of traders reports, they get released on Fridays, and my news squawk will say what the main gist of them were, when they come in. So I listen to it on that, and I don't really read the COT report much beyond that. So the issue with the COT report is that the data that you're getting is a week old. So I feel like at a week old, you should already know what it's going to say. So the main use that I get out of that is verifying that my reading of people's long-term positioning is correct. So I kind of stopped looking at it, basically. Okay, so now we can come back in here, and I can set this to be a one-tick data series. And that should fix what we got. Okay, so it is showing us the each one that I've done here. So hopefully we should be able to directly see how just changing the tick size fixes it. You can pass null to instrument to inherit from the... Oh, you're right. You're right. Why do I have... Oh, I know why I have it like that. Because I use that piece of boilerplate code so that I can have an indicator that looks at the ES but trades the MES. That's why I have that. But you're right. I could come back in here and I could just leave that part blank. I mean, it's already running, but we can just leave that part blank, and then you can't see that nifty little hack that is actually as useful. You didn't see that. Anti-Putin activist Alexei Navalny has been detained on his return to Russia from Berlin. Ouch. The U.S. Capitol complex was temporarily shut down, but there is no threat to the public, U.S. Secret Service tweets. You know what? That reminds me. There was a couple of Twitter accounts that I wanted to go and add. Let's see here. What is his name? What? That's like man. That's not Machamp. No. What's the name of that Democrat senator? Most conservative Democrat senator. Manchin. Joe Manchin Twitter. So basically, what this guy thinks matters because he holds all the power now with the balance. Anyways, now we have no reason to follow Donald Trump, but we gotta follow all these other Democrat guys, basically. So I wanted to make sure that we're following at least him. There's probably a bunch more people that we should be looking at, but I can't think of who they might be at the moment. I was watching my favorite redhead stock trader brag about his 5 million. Trading Stir is the best site for COT. I haven't watched that. Well, you know that you can get the COT data in NinjaTrader now, right? Like they have a indicator that goes and pulls it out and puts it on. So then you can, it's actually really cool because then you can do this sort of stuff. Like, let's make one. Okay. So I can come in and let's just do it. Well, let's do it on a weekly basis. Let's make a weekly chart. 1 week. 1 week. Oh yeah. 18-25 days. It gives a good default candlestick. Okay. Cool. And then you can come in here. Is it the COT indicator? Yep. I think it's called COT. Yep. It's called COT. So then you can come in here. I need to look at this. Actually, can we look at the code of that? Yeah, hold on. Can we look at the code of the COT indicator? Because that whole thing about how it, you know, I can change the number that there are. Yes. Awesome. You can make up to 5 of them. Oh, it's done. Oof. Well, that doesn't look very good at all, did it? It did fix the average winner and loser. Well, let me rephrase. Yeah, see those really bad ones are gone now. So, but it actually made it worse. Whoa, wait, it took 59.35. I didn't want to do this, but it'll only take one if you're flat. So it has to stop out first. Wait, what? Did I miss something? Uh-oh. You're a pacifist, like being Canadian. Well, I would prefer that, unless it's spam, that I am involved in all moderating decisions. Because then if something ever happens in the future and somebody whines about it, there's no excuse like, oh, somebody, so-and-so did X. No, I'm responsible for all of the moderation. Yeah. So I didn't catch what you were talking about. Wait, am I running it? No. Steps and profile, flat, blah, 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 run. Now I want to look at this one right here because, oh yeah, because we were doing this over here, right? So this whole thing in the COT indicator. Come on now. That might have used up RAM. Hold on. Oh, we're doing okay. We're doing okay so far. Okay. This right here, so you can change the number of plots. So like if there's only one, then it only shows one. I want to do that. Because then we could put that into our butterfly indicator, right? Say by default there's only 2 legs. But then we could allow up to 5 legs or something like that. Huh? That'd be cool, right? Anyways, so that's the default 5 that they give you. And there's actually a ton because there's like the 2 different like there's a bunch of different reports and then there's different fields within those reports, right? So there's like way more fields than you can like even reasonably show. Can do clonable as well. Well, I think these histograms, there's still a bug in the histograms, and that I probably need to find if I do any more programming today off stream, it'll probably be on that. Although I think there is a issue with copying across frame. Yeah. Anyways. You know, I'm thinking about the whole idea of caching the data and pulling it back out, but I'm not sure that caching it would actually help. On a really big data set, especially if you were caching the status of the volume profile every step of the way, you would really have to it would be like the amount of time that you would spend going to the disk to get all of that information. You might be better just to calculate it, since it is pulling some data off of disk anyways, you know. I don't know. Anyways, so look at that. There's your CO2 report. And then you can see it alongside your historical data and any other kind of indicators to see if maybe there's patterns to it. But like I said, it's like it's a week late. Like here you can see right here, we can see what we got last week, but not what this week's that ends on the 22nd is going to be. Anyways. So it's using it as like a technical indicator doesn't really help you. No, the idea is saving the volume profile object as a static variable during the period you backtested, so it's populated only once and stored into the memory, not on disk. And then pulled on each backtest. Well, but so here's where I was saying that, like, you take a trade, right? So like if you say that it's only loaded once, then I don't actually get to know what the volume profile looked like at that time, right? Like if I'm taking one that's like just 5 bars into the session, the profile is going to look very different than it's going to at the end of the day. And if I'm going off of the end of the day data, then basically what I'm doing is it's allowing me to take a trade based off of the future, right? So I can't do that. That's why it needs to be every bar. But then the next issue is that the amount of data that you're talking about, I think maybe for a day it might be fine, but beyond that, you have to load so much data you can't fit it all in memory. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're looking at progressing values, exactly. Otherwise, you'd be looking at the future. But then the other issue is even without that problem, you can't fit all of it into memory. So you would still have to load it from disk. And that's where I was saying, like, well, loading the raw tick data, which is what we're doing already, and then doing so like that data loading bit is done. So if it's like the difference between tick and plus the cached, and over here we're doing tick and calculate, right? This is not actually that big. This is like 1 millisecond. So what it takes forever is tick replay. So for it to be faster, I would need to make it so that you could turn tick replay off. And anyways, let's look at what we got. So when I changed that and told it to stay in a trade until it either wins or loses, it fares a lot better. And it only takes a few trades. And why is this? Oh, because I'm not using targets, that's why. So that one didn't count. That one didn't count. Yeah, dirty. In other words, each price change, right? Because what I have is I have a 1 tick data series So this is a weird thing that I don't get why it does this. So if you use tick replay, why am I doing that? Why am I even typing? I don't even know if I even need to type. Oh, I know why. Okay. So you got like this bar, right? You got these bars. This is what the data has to work with. And you say, at the close of this bar, I want to enter in, right? So what is it going to do? It's going to say that you bought right here. Okay. So then you have this next bar, and this next bar is like this. Okay. And your target was here and your stop was here. So what happened? You don't know what happened, right? Because you can't know what happened inside of the bar, if it went like this and up, or if it went the other way down and up, or what did it do in there? So the only way to resolve that issue is to basically add a smaller data series underneath, and then you can see, oh, okay, it went like this, right? And the smallest granularity that you can do is 1 tick. So if you really want to have like true granularity, then you get 1 tick. So that's where it does this thing where it's like, instead, if you don't do that, then what you get when you get this and then like this outside bar is it just says, okay, you got in here and the close was down here, and so that means you made money because it hit your target. And then that's where you'll go in and you're looking into your stats and stuff, and you will see that it gave you a winner that was larger than what your take profit was supposed to be. So how is that possible, right? It's because that's where the close was. So to fix that, you have to add a smaller resolution data series underneath of it, right? Well, if you're doing tick replay, you can't use this higher order fill resolution. And it's loading a 1 tick data series underneath anyways to do the tick replay bit. So I just do the 1 tick and I add that on there, and it does the tick replay, right? Could you use the one range data series instead of tick and have about the same accuracy? I think that if the indicator was only based on price and time, then probably. In fact, for that, you could probably just add like a few second chart underneath, and that would probably be good enough. But the issue is when you want to be able to use the historical bid and ask. So then I guess the question is, could I have it go through and cache the data, like I load it on the chart and cache the data, and then go back and load it into NinjaTrader without using tick replay and having it on? And I think the answer there is maybe. I'm trying to do that with another one and I can't get it to work. But I think that you would still want to be loading a pretty granular data series underneath, if not the 1 tick data series. So then it would still take a long time, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being lazy. Maybe it would be better. Okay, that's a little bit more like it. 63. And the percent profitable is more like what we should see, because we're using a 5-to-1 risk reward, right? So the average losing trade is 16 and the average winner is 58, which we would really rather it be 80, right? So we're not getting 5, we're getting 3 here, basically. Do it like that. Yeah. I just thought that using price change only instead of each tick would basically merge ticks at the same price into a single value, and therefore it would take less. Yeah, no, that would too. The issue is just, oh, well, yeah, maybe you wouldn't have to use a 1 tick data series. But then you'd have to be able to pull that data out historically. So it's a race condition issue is what it is. So I'm not sure if I can put data in there. So basically what happens is like you have the on, or at least this is what I think is going on, is you do the on bar update method, right? Your indicator has one and your strategy has one. So your strategy's on bar update gets called, and then you would think that within there, when a value is needed, then it would go into the indicator, and that one's on bar update gets called, right? And then that one would go and find the historical bar and pull it out. Okay. Now, the amount of time that it takes to pull that from disk and pull it out, that's a little questionable. I don't know if that would be huge or not. I think it would be a little bit, but it might not be as bad as doing the whole tick replay bit, right? But what I found was that the indicator one actually would get called first. And then it was like, it would pull the value out, but it would return 0. So like I got it, it wouldn't even call that bit until after the strategy had already done its thing. Isn't that weird? Anyways, so and it's kind of hard to explain without showing you guys some code that I don't really want to show because it's worth something. But it seems that I have to do some threading stuff to make sure that they happen in the correct order, because there appears to be a race condition of some sort in there, where if I'm not just calculating the value, it doesn't return the right thing. It's so weird. It's like it says, oh yeah, you've got a data series here, and it has a value. It has 0 in it. So we're gonna pull this 0 out, and then we'll go in and we'll pull the piece of code that goes in and says, oh, actually this is 128. You know, that's what it's doing. So I don't know how to fix that. But there's some documentation about that in the NinjaTrader 8 documentation, so we'll see. If you tried calling update on the indicator with those data, no. But I think update just updates the chart, right? Let's see here. Let's take a look. Anon. Oh, now it just wants on bar update. No, there's actually like an actual update, isn't there? Language reference common. Let's come back over here and try it, I guess. So like here in the strategy itself, you're saying underscore steps dot update. Yeah. Forces the on bar update method to be called, so the indicator values are updated on the current bar. If the values are already up to date, the update method will not be run. I will have to try it, I guess. So the way that I was trying to fix it was I had, like you have this, let's just make it more simple and let's just say steps of 0 or whatever, right? Okay. The current bar. So what I was finding was that if I had steps of 0 was just in here, so let's just assume that this part here was steps of 0 too, So if I just had this one, then I found that this on bar update would get called, and it would go through this piece of code line, and then it would go and do my caching bit. So I went and I decided, okay, well, at least calling it makes it do the caching bit. It just doesn't give it to me, right? So I put this one right here. And when I did put the second one up before it, that just didn't do anything, it did call it and it set the value in the variable. But then when it came back down to here, it still returned 0. It was like the value that changed in that data structure, it didn't reflect the change. So that's when I was like, oh, there's like some threading race condition nonsense going on here that I don't understand. So maybe I don't know if I'll have time to do that today or what, because I'm sure that I'm going to get out and my wife is going to want to do something. Probably, I think what'll happen is I'm going to watch the baby and my wife is going to do some of her projects. Anyways, I think that stuff is possible. And then we could see if caching it is faster than running through the tick replay, right? Well, that's interesting that the shorts worked better than the longs. Okay, I'll try just calling update. If just calling update works, then I'm going to be so happy. Because then I can also backtest level 2. Right? And that will be huge. Then we can really, truly test some of these things that we've wondered. Because otherwise, there's no real way to do it with level 2. So it'd be a big deal. I'm not entirely convinced that caching it would be faster still, but just because, you call into disk. Like I call it to disk every bar, or even if it's once a day. Well, the way that I do it, it's once a day. Even just calling to it once a day is expensive. Anytime that you go to the disk, it's expensive. And is doing tick replay on a 1-tick data series more expensive than loading it from disk? I'm not sure. I have no way to know other than just doing it, right? So what did we want to look at here? Oh, this got a sharp ratio of 1.2. That's the first time I've actually had something that gave a sharp ratio well over 1. But let's, you know what? I've yapped so much. Let's just run it on the whole year. And we'll use the extended trading session. Oh, you know what? We should add something in here first. There's one more thing that I want to add, and that is int session start. So if when we're doing bars in progress 1, if is first bar, what is it? Bars array 1 dot is first bar of session. Then session start equals current bar. Okay. And then in here after that, I want to say if current bar minus session start is less than, and let's say 6. Let's say that you have to be going for at least 30 minutes. Or actually, let's even do more than that. Let's say 12. Let's say 2 hours. Let's say 24. Say 24. Return. I'll put it like this, and just in case I want to add something more complicated to it in the future. Compile. Okay. And now we'll run it on the whole day. This is one we would normally stop. Today it's a holiday, so I don't really need to do that. But what do you think about us? What do you mean what I think about us? I love all of my subscribers, even you, Sugar Daddy. I wonder about Sugar Daddy if he's really here to trade and he gets something out of the stream, or if he's just here to troll me. But I still enjoy him being around. Shouldn't it be 23 first bars? It doesn't matter, I guess. No. I want 24 bars to have been happened. So no, you're right. So if it's 1, 12, no. Because 0 would just be the top of the hour. Basically, I wanted there to have been 24 bars in the session before it tries to take a trade, which means that it won't take it until 2 hours after the extended trading session, right? Because there's the bars required to trade property, but we want it to not take it on a day-by-day basis, right? So another way of doing this would be to the other way that we've been doing this, John, is just putting in like the time, right? And say, if it's before this time of day, then don't trade it. This is going to take forever because if I do the Seth trading session, it takes 20 minutes. Doing it on the full thing, the extended trading session over a year, is probably going to take like an hour. So we might, I should keep open the file manager here. But I guess while we're doing that, we could look at something else. One of the things that I find frustrating is that it doesn't use the full CPU. I would have thought that it would. Sometimes it does. But I don't know what defines that, what the bottleneck is. I think at this exact moment, it's still loading the data, huh? And that's funny the way the ES took down and back up. How much would you? Oh, you wouldn't make that much off of it, though. It was only like 4 points. Yeah, it still would have been a good trade. Well, if there's something else that you guys want to try and take a look at while this is backtesting for the next hour, we can do that. I like to have you on the side screen to know what's happening in the news. I like and to have someone to talk to. Okay, good. That's good then. Because sometimes I was wondering, like, if you were just trying to troll us. The tick replay needs to be processed tick by tick on a single CPU core, doesn't it? You might be right. I don't know if it... Well, let's see if we can find that in here. I mean, since each value would be based, when we come in here, since each value is dependent on the value of the bar previous to it, you might be right. It might have to go through its single core. Now that's interesting. Because... I hadn't thought of that. Well, if we come in here into performance and we look at CPU and we open the resource monitor, We should get... Oh, okay, see. Now it seems to be using almost everything. So this is where it's like, okay, so does it scale linearly? If I add 64 cores, it would go 4 times as fast? Oh, is it making the stream stutter a little bit? I do see that there are some skipped frames. Let me reset that and we'll see. Stuttering is okay, but if it like outright shuts out, that's a problem. But I do have a trolling personality, I guess. Everyone calls me a troll while I am just being me. I do like to probe people to see where they're at, though. Oh, okay. You got to realize that we've had some issues with some other channels. And so... And what they will do is they will like pay people to go and do promotion for them, because they're selling like a $2,000 sort, thing. So like if they can just swindle 2 people into it a month, then he's set, right? So with all of that, yeah, you're willing to spend a little bit on the marketing of it, right? So they will pay people to go into other channels and spam, essentially. So some of these people will come in and I don't even think that they know that there's a history with them, and they just go, oh, well, this was a Discord that I can spam, right? You don't stutter as much when yeah, that's for sure. It also depends on how much sleep I got that night and stuff. You notice that I'll get into some of these situations where I know what I want to say and I have all the words for it, and so I'll just keep going and going and going, and there's no pause whatsoever. Yeah, like that's... Yeah, it is killing frames here for sure. I've skipped 98 due to rendering lag. This is where we need, like, first of all, we need a one of those video cards that has the encoding on the video card as a separate chip. That would help, right? Or we have a separate machine to do the backtesting on. That might be another thing that I might do. I think that if I do get another machine, I've been thinking about it. Like ever since we started doing this, it's like, you know what? If we take our robots all the way, I'm using a 1060. So if I upgraded from a 1060 to a 1660, then because right now I can encode on the card, but it uses the GPU processing to do it, versus it gets offloaded onto a different card. And I don't remember why I did it that way. I do think that the stream looks a lot better when I encode it on the CPU. I think it was largely what it was about. And it was like, well, it's only like 10% and I don't use all of my CPU all the time anyways. But then I developed all this other more complicated stuff and now I do use it. So it's like, maybe I do need to make a change. But so I've been thinking, you know, if we get to the robots that we've got going are able to graduate and we trade them live and we make some money off of that, or if the channel just continues to do well. Because I think something that would do really well on the channel is if we bought a really nice machine. And I'm talking about like a Threadripper for like $3,000 or something like that. And then do the back testing and show what the difference is. Whatever, I am using 7, well, it says right here, right? 1700X. 8-core processor, and each core has 2 threads, giving me a total of 16 virtual processors. And see, if we upgraded I'll show you here in Newegg. Components, CPU, processors, desktops. AMD Threadripper, apply. Oh, do they not have 5 series ones? Oh, they come up to 3rd gen right now. Okay. So, I don't think that I would go for a 3990. I think I would be more like a 37 something or something like that. Okay, yeah, 3960. So $1,500 for the processor. And then, you know, the motherboard is like $600. So just those two things would be $2,000. Would you be better off running an AMD card? I don't think it would make a difference, to be honest. Not to backtesting, at least. Let's hear. What is A saying? If I did it right, that has a benchmark of 15,571. Does everyone think benchmarks are dumb? My kids tell me they are useless. You talking about the benchmarks for like gaming? So the issue that you get with benchmarks is that they'll come in and like the issue is that they will show you the wrong stats often. So like if you're playing a game, the thing that really matters is like what was the lowest frames per second that you ever got, because that's what causes the stutters, right? And then you want something that's like above 144, right? So you want your game to run so that it never goes below 144 frames per second. That's perfect. Then you never skip a frame on your monitor, right? So they're the way that a lot of benchmarks are created, because the person that made the game wants it to have a certain thing, and because the people that make the video cards want their things to perform well on it and everything, they kind of set it up so that the benchmark isn't really accurately show you what the real world performance is. That's probably why they're telling you that. But yeah, for backtesting, I think that's what I would get. I'm playing a game I'm playing well, but you see, that's where it's like, okay, the video card doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. And honestly, I have never maxed out my CPU just trading. Maybe when the DOM is going crazy, I guess. But I think that almost any standard run-of-the-mill processor on the market would get it. Yeah. See, like if I was getting a machine for you, Ace, let's make a machine for you. Here's what I would get. We'll get them on Newegg. We won't do any cool deals or anything. I'll just get like straight components, okay? Or actually, let's do it on Build a PC. Build a PC. Or PC part picker. That's right. PC part picker. Here you go. So this one, well, this one, that enthusiast level machine looks great. Nah, I don't think so. No. Here, okay, so we'll build one. We'll just do it. So this is, I was looking for a NUC. So take that off. I was looking for something like a tiny machine that's less than $200 to play kid games on. Okay, so this is exactly what the top rated one is, exactly what we would want. Ryzen 5 3600. So we'd add that. Okay, and then the motherboard we'll pick next. And it wants us to do an MSI. An AS. Well, let's go cheap. We could do the micro ATX. In fact, I'm kind of tempted. Now let's do the ROG B450B. Yeah. Max memory. Nah, I think that would probably be fine. 129 is about what you should expect for a motherboard anyways, between 80 and 120, right? Oh, so over here, I think we should put Noctuas on, right? Noctua. Yeah, like one of these. Which one should we do? Oh, they don't have the price for the D15 Black? That's funny. Why is that 199? I don't think that we need... I think you want like this one right here. Yeah. It's going to be flat. That'll make things a little bit easier. Okay, memory. Okay, there you go. Corsair Vengeance LPX. That's actually a little... Yeah, I think that that's fine. Okay. Storage, we should get an Evo. Yep, 970 Evo. And a video card. So on the video card, we want like the dirt cheapest video card. So we want probably... Oh, geez. GeForce 1650. How much are these? No, $300 for a GTX 1650? No, that can't be right. Price? Okay, 200 is about what I would expect to spend. Actually, more like 150, but that's a little bit much. But okay, so case. Sure, NZXT 510. Power supply. You know, I really like these Seasonics. How much is this? A 650 watt? Sure. And then I'm assuming you need an optical drive, operating system, software, monitor, external storage, laptop. So what does that put us at? It should be close to 1,000, right? 920. There you go. Grandpa always said, buy the best you can afford. No one can afford cheap. Well, I guess the point is this is like a mid-range PC. And this machine is faster than the machine that I'm using to stream right now, because it's got a 5600 in it, or sorry, a 3600 in it. So that's almost like twice as fast, I think. So yeah, for $900, good deal, I think. Yeah. Something on that. Oh, yeah, let's see here. What's it say? You come down to the bottom. Some AMD B450 chipsets may need a BIOS update prior to using Matisse CPUs. Upgrading the BIOS may require a different CPU that is supported by older BIOS. Okay, so that's fine. Let's see here. Okay, so the case's USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type-C port will not be usable. Oh, that's not acceptable. Now that might be a problem right there. The cooler might require a separately available mounting adapter, but that just means that you have to like send in for it. So that's a pain. PITA. The motherboard M.2 slot shares bandwidth with... Okay, that's fine. I don't care about that. It seems to me that the motherboard that we picked is maybe not so great. Let's come back over here and choose a motherboard. Shall we? Actually, we come back to take the... Because when you change the motherboard, that might change the RAM too. All the other parts should be fine. Well, let's like sort it by price. Oh, Okay. Well, look, we could do this one. The Asus Prime. 320M. Or look, you could do this one. This is what you want. 520M. Because then in the future, you can upgrade to a 5 core. Okay. Well, I guess the RAM is the same. Okay, so I brought it down a little bit. All my kids' cases glows. Yeah, no, the NZXT would be fine. I mean, this is what it looks like. And you can put lights in it. Now, if we wanted to go if you wanted like a fancy one. So now that we've got, let's say that we want to keep it below 1,000, right? So let's come in, let's pick a cool case. Ooh, what is that? Oh, wow. What is the one with the panel on the side? Oh, the thermal takes. Some of these expensive thermal takes are nutso. Look at these. These are like $500 machines. Like, what? No. Let's not spend. Let's put a limit on the price. I don't think we want to spend more than $250 on a case. Right? Okay. What is the one, the snow? It's like a snowball or something. Oh, let me go find it. Bro, I really don't need one that glows. No. We're going to have the snow blind. Oh, it's an iBuy power. Does that show up? I guess it's not visible on there. Let's just come back in here. Who do we like? So the Be Quiets are great. Oh yeah. This right here, Be Quiet Pure Bass 500. Yeah. These are great. Oops, I didn't mean to go into the whole bit. Or maybe you want the 600. Tempered glass. This is the one you want. There you go. That's a little better. That'll be really quiet. Corsair builds, yeah. So if we, that's right. That's what I was looking for. In the cases. So the thing about these Be Quiet ones is that they're quiet, which matter for me. That's why I like them. I mean, you can get your other case just as quiet with custom fans and stuff. But yeah, I know you're right. Like, I think that Corsair are really the masters of the LED lighting. There you go. They all have tempered glass. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, yeah, these ones are kind of cool. Linus Tech Tips have been using that one a lot lately. I don't know. You just kind of pick one that you think looks cool at that point. Sugar Daddy, do you think I am nice? No, you've been kind of mean a few times. I would say overall, you're nice. Seth has the most enthusiastic. Well, I use the same thumbnail for every stream. You know, I do wish that at some point the stream was making enough that I could pay people to do stuff, so that I could pay somebody to come back and like make a better thumbnail every day and stuff. But It's really not worth it. I don't think that I would get my money's worth on it. Anyways, I still like the Be Quiet one. Be quiet. The 600. You wouldn't even be able to see into the side of that one. So it'll be quiet. It will be truly quiet. Anyways, 886. And so let's come back and see if we can figure out the video card, because I feel like we should be able to find a cheaper video card, right? Like, I want something that is from between, like, let's say 100. We'll put it 112 to 235. Okay. Oh, that's a little bit better. Oh, did I have it sorted by rating before? This right here, this Asus Phoenix GTX 1050 Ti, 4 gigabyte. Yeah. So then it'll give us a little bit better. The cooler we didn't spend a whole lot on. Okay. 831. Yay! Don't burn me off in front of everyone. You know you're fine. You make some you've been mean in some arguments, but it's fine. I don't think the ace hates you too much. Space isn't an issue, but quiet is. Oh, there you go. Yeah, because these ones, the fans in them are very quiet running. So when you're like recording and you don't want the sound of, because you can't hear my fans in the background, right? Oh yeah, can I save it? I think I can. So let me just double check here. Oh, you know what? Maybe, what is this? This is a bronze power supply. Now that we've done all of that, let's get you a little bit more efficient of a power supply. Let's come in here and let's say, can I say, and let's only do platinum and titanium. And sort it by price. A little bit better. Oh. So we can get a thermal take? Is it modular? Oh, it's still fully modular. That's interesting. Oh, and here's the Be Quiet. It has a straight power 11. Let's do that one. So that'll bring it back up to more like 850. Good, good, good. Definitely good. I'm pretty sure about these things. There you go. So 886. And then there's a way. Is there a way to share this, right? I can remember how to do it. Save as. Do you have to Aces build? And I'll make it public. Oh, all right. I don't think I've ever registered, to be honest. Here, hold on a second. Now I'm going to have to go and activate it. He's not mean, he just doesn't sugarcoat. Well, yeah, well, we don't do, we ain't doing that sugarcoating around here. I certainly don't. Activate your account. Log in. Okay, still there. Save as. Ace mid-range. What was the... Oh, it was a 1050. Well, a 1050 is okay. Edit details. Hold on a second. Oops, cancel. That's not it. Edit part list. We come back over here. I really feel like we can do better on the video card. Let's just double check this. No, that's not what we want. This right here. Okay. GeForce. Well, there's the 1650 and there's the 1650 Super. I don't know what the difference there is. They certainly shouldn't be $300 though. That's ridiculous. Because my 200 is what you should be spending. Yeah. Or the PNY. Now we'll use this. We'll add this one. Okay, now we're still below. Okay, 941. Okay. Yeah. And it's an MSI. MSI is acceptable. Okay. And then when we come down here, did it give any compatibility notes? Oh yeah, there was the whole thing about the cooler. But we could change that. Like you want a water cooled loop, we could do that. And choose a CPU cooler. And do one of these. Like a Kraken. It's probably your best bet there. That's $100. But really I do like a Noctua or a Be Quiet. So I have this. Oh my gosh, you can get that for, wow. See, these ones are a little bit harder to deal with. But I think this is that would do this one. That will probably get rid of some of those. Oh. Nah. Some physical dimension restrictions cannot be checked. Nah, we're probably fine on all those issues. Okay. Save as. Overwrite this one, yes. So then let's see here. If I give you this link, does it work, Ace? Now, the thing is that if you sit around and you wait for deals. So let's go to reddit.com/r/build a PC sales. Anyone tried Quantower? Yeah, so I've done quite a bit with the Quantower, and I would say that it's an acceptable platform. It depends very much on what you want to do and so forth. So you're probably, the brokers that you're going to be using with Quantower are probably going to spend a little bit more on the commissions. It is a newer platform. There's a lot of weird things that are, it's not, it definitely shows that it's not as mature. But especially if all you're doing is just like a price chart and stuff like that, then, it would be fine. So, okay, so let's search. Where's the search? Oh, right here. 3600. Store results from build the PC cells. Okay. Oh, look at that. There's a pre-built. Okay, so it says that we can get it from Walmart for $174, or a month ago we could have. And what did we get? We got $199, right? So they saved you $20, right? Motherboard, any motherboard will do. So you just kind of, it would just come back over here to our build the PC cells and come down here and do, where is it that you can, here we go. Motherboard, product search motherboard. ITX, and then we don't want the ITX. That one's about as much as what we had. There, that one might work. So that one was 100. And we spent how much? Oh, 68. So that doesn't count. Here's one. So I'm probably on the motherboard. We wouldn't be able to get much more. 64. And then we could say, let's search for 1650. Show results from build the PC cells. I think I dislocated my jaw. How much rest do you think I should give it? That's one you might want to look at. So I'm told that the muscles that you get in your jaw are quite sensitive, that you can't exercise them a whole lot. Okay, so there's one for 169. Right? So we were using $200. So there's $30, $40 that we can save. Is there anything better than that? 159. Surprised that you can't get it cheaper than that. Bet you if you were willing to go to even older generations that you could get it closer to 100. So anyways, but that's kind of why, like, when I made my video, I didn't be like, okay, you buy this component, buy this component, because it really comes down to, like, what are the sales at the time, right? And PC Part Picker is pretty good at comparing the ones between, like, different, the prices between different retailers and stuff, but it doesn't really tell you the sales. That's why you could at least build the PC sales. Right. Now, on this one, you could come back and you could change things, right? Like, we could make this, instead of a 3600, we could buy 3100 or whatever, and we could only spend $100, right? We could do that in a couple of these. You could get a much cheaper, you probably could get that Samsung down to like 80, 70, 80 bucks. A video card, we could really buy a piece of crap and get like 50. Case, we could, you know, so we could probably get this down to 600 or 700. Oh, this right here, PC Part Picker. Yeah, it's nice because it tells you, like, what's compatible, right? Like, if you come in and you pick an AMD Ryzen 5 processor, then when you go into motherboards, it will automatically only sort for you the ones that are compatible with that socket. No. Which one then? The build the PC cells? That's one? He's going to say no, and then I'm going to be like, you mean Newegg? Newegg.com? Oh yeah, that was the build the PC cells. Yep. So right, so that's one, like, when I'm looking. So the way that I do it is I come into here to build the PC picker. Okay, so let's come back and start new. I want a Threadripper. Core family. Is it under core family? No, what do they call them? Oh, here it is. AMD Threadripper. Okay. So I do want the 3 series, but I want like the 3960. Right? Add. Okay. Then for the motherboard. Oh my gosh. They're so expensive. Okay. That should, an Asus would be fine. It'll show you like a highlighted I heard of a USB display. Okay, memory. So I want more than that. Okay, yeah, that's correct. But I want like, wow, 8x32? Nah. I guess I buy 2 4x32s. Oh, here we go. 4 by 32 gigabytes gives you 128 gigabytes. Oh, I see. Each one of those is 32. We don't necessarily need that. We need 4 by 16 or 8 by 16. Or 8 by 8. 8 by 8 would be fine, right? That would give me 64. First word latency. Ooh, look at those. Trident Z Royals. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. $1,000. No. Probably we go for these right here. Okay. And then I guess I will need more storage. So here again, I think that a 970 Evo is great. The video card is where it kind of gets a little sketch, but let's say that we should get a 1660 Ti is what I think we would like. Did I go back? Oh, okay, here we go. 1660 Ti. I think I'll go for the EVGA. And then the case here again. I really like these quiet ones. So I'm gonna be quiet. Mid tower with tempered glass. See, this one is a little more nice. This would make it match the one that I've got. Okay, and then I don't need anything else. Whew, $3,000. That's about what I thought. Ugh. I mean, I could save up for $3,000 or I could use a stimulus check. But the thing is I don't know if I can justify it because I'm only going to spend $3,000 on a computer if I know that I'm going to make it back from the trading. And I don't know if I actually would. My kid is mad that I'm not fixing breakfast because they are building a computer for me in a trading. You can listen and make the food. Listen, you don't eat breakfast on a holiday. No, what you do is you wait until like 11 o'clock and then you eat. And and you have brunch. Yeah. Man, Threadripper CPU is expensive. And that's the thing is, I don't know how much faster it would make it. And then it's like, well, yeah, I think that we should have made money off of one of our algorithms first. And if we're able to make $3,000 off of one of our algorithms, then we'll spend money on a Threadripper. But I would sure like to do it. Demand fears. Is this build geared towards a specific goal? Yes, we are trying to make our backtest faster. So the issue that we got right now, we have built a strategy. We have tested it on the last 4 weeks of data, and it actually made money, believe it or not. Profit factor of 1.02 and a Sharpe ratio of 1.2. So it actually seems reasonably consistent. So that's good. But we need to run it over a whole year. So now we run it over a whole year. And this backtest has been running for 45 minutes. 45 minutes. But how many monitors? I use 3 now, but another one would be nice. Well, so for monitors, that's what I would do for monitors, man. I mean, we live in Utah, so you go to KSL, right? KSL. And you just want all your monitors to be the same size. So my monitors are 27-inch. And you'll come down through here and you get one. Now, if you can get a Dell. Okay, so this is a 1080p. So that's the other thing is you kind of want to know what your other monitors. So if all of your monitors are 1080p, then you maybe stick to a 1080. So look, you can get these for like $100. The Dells are really good because they have good, the bezels aren't very large and they mount well. So I actually prefer a Dell overall. But you see here, you get a BenQ. This is a little bit nicer. Okay, so there's perfect right here. This is what I get. I was going to get another one. Oh, that one has a really thick edge. That one's not as good as the ones that I got. Ooh, here's the one that's an IPS monitor. Right. Anyways, you just need to know exactly what the size and resolution that you're looking for, and then just troll KSL every day. And like I said, like what I will do, because I when you're buying things or even when you're looking to buy things, you get a little bit of a dopamine hit from that, So I've always got to have something little going on, right? So I'll always have something that I'm looking for on KSL, and I'll go and, I'll just go every day until I find one that is like a good deal. So if you're not like desperate to have it today, you can do that. And you can even do that with PCs. Like, if we just buy something secondhand, people are trying to sell their old. Ooh. Oh, hey. Why buy that? Azu's motherboard. No. Wait, let's actually, if we come here to this, here we go. Desktops. What's in it? Micro ATX, Gigabyte. Oh, it's a Core 2 E5200. Oh my gosh. I think I could go buy that. It's in wait, where is Hyde Park? Oh, wait, hold on. Is that down by you? Oh, that's a good question, Ace. Okay. Hyde Park, Utah, first of all. Oh, okay. So Hyde Park is up in Logan. Let's go to Logan today. I kind of want that computer. For $30. Yeah. Anyways, a lot of these people will like sell their old computers, so you can just find something on here that's like, oh, reasonable. PC sleeper? Wait, what? In Pleasant Grove? Oh man, it is a sleeper. So it was probably okay. Okay, yeah, it was an Athlon. 2 gigabytes of RAM. I might buy that just for the case. So on to your question. So what's going to happen is you're going to have. So first of all, who's your fiber optic from? Is it from Google or is it from Utopia? Because if you have Utopia over there, maybe I'll move over there. No, I'm just kidding. So you're going to have your modem, right? You're going to have a fiber optic modem. Now, you can use your modem as a router, but those almost always are terrible. Those are always terrible. So you want to get your own router. So here's going to come into this, and then this is going to plug into this, right? Direct Communications is the one and only internet provider out here. Oh, really? Okay, but you get fiber optic. You get fiber optic, I guess. Anyways, so first thing I note is that there's like 2 types of fiber optic, but really the latency is what matters to you, so you don't necessarily have to pay for the more expensive one. Okay, so then you want to have the router. So now the thing that gets interesting from there is that there's 3 types of cables. So there is Cat5. And the way that you can tell is if you look at the cable coming from the router to your PC. This will be your PC. You'll see it on the cable. It'll be like written on the side of the cable somewhere. Category 5 UTP cable, something like that. I have Cat5 now. Okay, so this is 100 megabytes. Okay. What you should probably upgrade to at some point, and it's not too expensive, so that's why I would recommend it, is a Cat6. So what makes a Category 6 different is that inside of the cable, there is 6 sets of cables. They're wires. There's 6 wires in it. And each set, that they twist around each other. Okay. They twist them around each other because when you twist the wire around each other, the electromagnetic wave going through it is better and cleaner. Okay. But the electromagnetic waves from this one can interfere with this one. And then that means that if it crosses like some power line or something like that, you get signal degradation and you lose packets or something like that. So they shield those twisted pairs with like foil, basically. So I don't know where your router is, and that kind of all matters, all of those things. If you're going to like, if you have to string the line through the wall or whatever the deal is, because you can go and buy like a Category 6 and you can get like a really long box for like $100. Or if it's just a little, if the router is like right there in the room, then you'd probably just be able to buy a $30 cable and you'd be fine. But the Category 6 cable is 1,000 megabytes per second. So for trading, I don't know if it really makes a big deal. It would make a big deal. It might make a difference when all of a sudden you're getting a ton of packets because there was some sort of market commotion or whatever, right? This will make it faster. It'll make it 10 times faster. Okay. Now, if you have fiber optic, you can go higher than that, but then you're getting into some other weird stuff. So I think that there is a Cat 7 that is like 10,000 megabytes. That's 10 gig or whatever. But then to do that, you have to get like, you have to have the special networking card or a really nice motherboard with built-in. So Cat 6 from where it comes into my house to router and to the computer. Yeah. You would want this to be a Cat 6 and you would want this to be a Cat 6. And that will be faster. I don't know if you would notice it so much in trading if you're like watching video or like downloading a game. It's better. But that's where it's like it kind of gets kind of iffy because most websites won't send you data that fast. Like when you try and download off of Steam, it won't let me download that fast. Usually limits it. There's something you have to do to get it to make Steam give it to you faster. Like you have a cache or something like that. If I recall how Linus Tech Tips was doing it, but yeah, most people won't send the data to you that fast, so it doesn't matter as much. But the other thing that's nice is when you get to like this nicer router, and I'll show you the one that I have. I mentioned it in my video, but Netgear. I have what are they called? It's like I forget if it's an AC 600 or G600, Netgear 600. It's not a Linksys, is it? Oh, actually, maybe I can look it up over here. Oops. 1, 2. Oh, is it an R600, right? XR500, that's right. XR500. There we go. This right here. So for 250. Okay, but what the nice thing about this does is it's got really good wireless and it can process a lot more data. So this is how, when you combine the nice router with fiber optic internet, this is where you could have two people streaming on Netflix and you still wouldn't notice, I would wait for buying a computer. The corona made it expensive. That might be true. I'm really surprised at the price on video cards, that you have to go all the way down to a 1050 to get something under $200, because I bought the 1060 when it was brand new, like literally like the month that they came out, and I got it for $200. And I've been using that for the past like 6 or 7 years now. Oh man, I thought an hour was enough to run this. I wanted to stay going until it came so you guys could see the results. But I guess I can come back and I can post them in the video afterwards. But we spent an hour looking at computers, so that was fun. So the other thing I'll tell you, Ace, is that if you buy the components, then I would help you come and put it together. And we could make a video out of it. It would be fun. Or you just buy a pre-built. That's the other thing, is there are some pretty okay pre-builts out these days. Should that be the second router? Yeah, this is not the second router. There's going to be the router and there's going to be the modem, right? So usually those modems do have like a router built into it. How's this sound for 740? I can't. If you post the link, I can't see it, Aaron. So people that are moderators, they can post links, but I can't see your link. Oh, you know what? That's because some of this stuff like these routers look like they're from 2072. They are like brand new. Oh, we need to bring Gary too. Yeah, but Gary, you're gonna have to come down to Utah if you want to be in that. If you want to be in the "Let's build the Ace a new computer" video. Oh man. Anyways, so the coolest thing about these routers, these XR500s, and these are relatively new routers, is they give you stuff like this. Like I can see what the usage of the CPU on the router is, and this app is still loading, but it will show you how much of the bandwidth you're using, and you can like really monitor it. Which, when you're having problems, is really useful. Damn, who needs that shit? I just want internet. I enjoy it, so. I want to go and get one of these machines now. Where was this one? Pleasant Grove is still far away. Okay, so now I'm going to come back and I'm going to be like, okay, what can we get for under $75 on KSL these days? There's a quad core. i5, that one's not bad. Here's a Pavilion. Oh wow, these are all like just recently posted. Oh, look, a mini cube case. I hate these ones where it's like, I build gaming PCs 15 yet. No. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, free DisplayPort to DVI adapter, so you can use a DisplayPort and VGA port for dual monitors. Okay. I mean, Windows 10 is built on it. I might go get that. Like, go down to Provo. Here's a Pavilion. That one's not as encouraging. That one's just the case, right? Yeah. Look, here's one for you. This one's got a 1660 in it. I built this computer. I haven't used it. It comes with a 1660 Ti, it's 16 gigabytes, an AMD 3600, an NZXT case. It's got a bronze power supply in it, but that's okay. And it has a not a solid state hard drive, so you would probably want to get the different hard drive. Ooh, and then it's got a Tomahawk. Yeah, so look at that. That is an okay deal, and it's close to you. Well, that would be the easiest thing for you, Ace. That this fast gaming PC GeForce GTX 1660 Ti on KSL in Alpine, Utah. Kind of like that sleeper. Should go to DI today. That's what we should do. see if there's a sleeper, because I want to make like if we make that that Threadripper, I want it to be in like a really shitty case. Make a sleeper. There's got to be something unique about it that'll be fun for you guys. But I think that making it a sleeper would be great. You know, but it won't have the same shine if we there. Yeah. All right, that's a good deal. In a week or two, I think I'm pretty much over it now. Haven't been coughing or anything. I'm gonna work out today. I did really want to show you guys the results of this, but I will come back. I promise. I will come back and I will put the end results, the net profit factor, and Sharpe ratio over a year for this strategy. I don't think it's going to make money. If it makes money, I'll give you. If it doesn't make that money, who cares? Whatever. If it makes money, then if over a year that strategy makes money and it's really good, I mean, we'll have to see compared to some of my other strategies. But like if it was to keep that up and have a Sharpe ratio over 1, I will definitely start paying more attention to the volume profile. Because that's just over the past 4 weeks. That's not terrible. Oh, Sharpe ratio of 1.2 is special. So, anyways, but I feel like I want to read some of my book today, so I feel like I should do some of that. I should see what my wife wants to do, because if she could do some of this furniture that she's been working on or any of those things, that would be very nice for us, and we could free up some space in the garage so that she can start working out once it gets warm. Once it gets warm, I want to be able to, like, we'll just go in the garage and we'll work out together, and we can just put the baby in a crib there in the garage. And he might hate it, but, you know, if just one just sits in there with him the whole time, I think it could work. I think we could make it work. Maybe bring the air filter out there. Yeah. Have a good day. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I feel like I'm missing something. If you're not subscribed, I highly recommend you subscribe and click the bell icon, and that way you never miss a video. Especially when I do those one-off videos, you want to watch those. Maybe I should have made it a separate YouTube channel, but I don't really want to separate it at this point. So, whatever. I'm just gonna wait for YouTube to figure it out. And also, if you want to use the indicators that I use, which are these histograms down here, and I also have some levels that some of my automated trading strategies that we're testing in Sim right now, but they're doing pretty good. You can find more information about those at speculatorseth.com. Hit that like button so I don't have to kill you. Hey, look, we have more likes than concurrent viewers right now, so that's good. And yes, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 8:20 Eastern Time. Stay profitable, friends.